Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Voronezh in Russia. It's just coming up to 9 a.m. in Voronezh time, so around about 8 a.m. Central European time, and we are here for the junior female boulder semi-finals. Those are the boulders that are going to be in action. My name is Matt Groom, and that's the temperature on the top left. It's 20 degrees outside. A nice, cool, fresh morning as we walked into the stadium. Humidity around about 54%, which is where it's kind of been all week, gone up and down a little bit. But we are inside here today. So hopefully those conditions won't make too much of a difference to the athletes, although it gives you an idea of where we are in the world and the kind of temperatures and humidity that we're dealing with. So our start list, 20 athletes will be competing for 6 final places. Only the top 6 will do. And they have 4 boulders in order to show if they're worth one of those coveted finals places. We've got a packed day today. We start off with the junior female boulder semi-finals. And then on the same stream, we move on to the Youth A female boulder semi-finals. Likely to use the same boulders that we're going to be looking at now, perhaps a few tweaks by the route setters. But generally, we have 40 athletes pitting their wits against those 4 boulders. After that, we move on to 3 finals throughout the day. So, if you're lying in bed right now thinking, what shall I do with my day? Simple. Join me on the IFSC live stream because we have a packed day. And join Team Russia, of course. The team at Voronezh have been fantastic in setting everything up for the athletes and really hosting what's been so far a great Youth World Championships. Last night, we saw the lead for the juniors male, and what a competition that was. That was a short, sharp stream with a brutal route. Hamish MacArthur coming out on top last night. Paul Zhemft and Ray Kawamata picking up the rest of the medals. So it was exciting last night. Go back and see that after today, of course. And we're 2 minutes 10 away from starting the semi-finals. First athlete will enter. Ingrid Kindlehagen from Norway will be the first out to pit her wits against that one there, the slabby boulder one. I've been chatting with the route setters just now, finding out all the intricacies of the routes we're about to see. So sit back and relax as we enjoy a whole load of action from Voronezh. We're just having a look at some of our boulders now. That is the physical second boulder. We start off with a slab. We move on to fridge hugging up the arete that curves up. Hard to tell how steep it is from that angle, but it is overhanging in that bottom section and a very awkward start for the athletes. Boulder number 3 starts off with a big pressy move up into that enormous volume you can see in the center of the wall, the zone just above it. The athletes are meant to face into the wall, but I have a feeling we'll see a few pressing outwards. And finally, another slab to finish us off. And again, a tricky one. That big starting volume looks great from that angle, but it's very, very slopey. A weird position the athlete's got to get into. Moving into the blue volumes, they've got a slight edge to it, a little rim, in order to catch it. Zone out right. And I initially thought that perhaps you can go straight up, but no, you have to go out to the right. Otherwise, it's impossible to do. Who knows, maybe the athletes will beat a break that boulder. So that's our 4. That's what we have to look forward to this morning. And we are a couple of minutes off starting here. In fact, in the background, I can hear the buzzers coming through. 5 minutes on the clock. Ingrid Kindlehagen comes out onto the stage. Very experienced competitor. Since 2016, she's been on the IFSC circuit and other circuits as well. Second in the Nordic Champs this year for bouldering. And now she's up against 417 athletes from 38 countries across 4 continents have joined us here today. Or joined us here this week for this competition. And Ingrid pulls on. Goes up for the slopers, doesn't latch it that time. This boulder is all about this initial section. The final pop over to the top hold should be quite straightforward once they've got that far. There's this initial bit that's hard to work out. Interesting combination of delicate stab climbing and a bit of a physical move, this first reach up. One of the great things about this week is that we've seen so many different types of climbing. We've had speed competitions, multiple lead competitions, and bouldering. We haven't done yet. In fact, today we have bouldering and lead. And we finish off our week in the same way as we started it, with a speed competition. So, lots of action to come. That graphic on the bottom left, that shows the boulders, the box with J1 next to it. There's 4 of them. If they manage to top a route, that will fill up. And that's the best score the athlete can get. And then it will go halfway for a zone hold, and the zone's indicated by the orange line with the word zone on it. You can see that vertical side pull in the middle of the wall. The quicker the athletes can do these boulders, the better, because attempts will count. And when we see athletes flashing, and flash means climbing a boulder on the first time, that's sometimes how they're separated. So it is important to try to climb these boulders as quickly as possible. Ingrid has 2 minutes 42 on the clock. She has to complete this boulder within that time frame. Apologies if you know these rules, but there's a lot of people joining us who'll be watching bouldering for the first time, so it's always good just to remind people of the rules. You can see there's tiny, tiny little screw-on feet, which her right foot is on, but she's making progress now as she bumps out into the sloper. Can't quite work that out at the moment. Brushes the footholds, that's the little screw-ons I was mentioning. Hardly there at all, really, just blend into the surface of that blue hold. Ingrid has 1 minute 40 in order to unlock this. As with all bouldering semi-finals, we start off fairly relaxed. 1 athlete on stage. But as things progress, we'll have 4 out at the same time, athletes in constant rotations, until we wind down at the other end and go back to focusing on just a few athletes. These women have already had their qualifying round the other day, and they're competing in the order that they qualified in. So Ingrid would have qualified in last position, so she'll be out first. Nale Mion will be out last. Do go and have a look at our Instagram account. It's being constantly updated with photos from our official photographer, Jan Vert, who is beginning to look like he never wants to see a camera ever again in his life. He's doing a wonderful job, taking thousands of incredible pictures for us, working so, so hard. Thank you, Jan. And also, we've been updating videos, some behind-the-scenes live stuff we've done. We've been putting together little highlight reels to introduce some of the athletes to you. And the overriding feeling is just excitement from these athletes to be able to compete once again. Ingrid, though, will not unlock the zone or the top on this. 3 seconds to go. Her first boulder is done. She exits. And Quintana Iltis enters the stage. Quintana Iltis from France. Actually, comes from the Reunion Island, which is a magical island. A long way from France, but is part of France, and it's got so much climbing now. We've seen a lot of high-class athletes come out. Fanny Gibert, Oriane Berton, her brother Max Berton, Manon Healy. So it's a bit of a hub for climbing. It's a place that certainly I'd love to visit. I'd love to move there, in fact. Bit of tropical France for me. Quintana has climbed 8B boulders in her past. How will she fare on the plastic of this Voronezh competition? She's crimping that tiny little screw on. That is literally a fingernail crimp. Interesting tape she's got on there. That little pink circle on her hamstring. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Doctors out there, let me know what that is. And remember, you can comment beneath our YouTube videos when the stream finishes. Send us messages on social media if you've got any questions. I'll try to keep an eye on that, try to answer them. Quintana making good progress, shifting her weight to the right. Stretching out. These athletes for the juniors will be 18 and 19. So for a lot of them, they'll be trying to transition into the senior circuit. And that's what Quintana's been doing. She competed in Innsbruck for bouldering, came 61st there. Nearing the top now. It's a jump to the top. She might have to get a little higher. And the route setters were telling me how there's multiple ways of doing this final move. And it's great because we're going to have 40 athletes trying it, so we'll see all the different types of beta possibly available. Up she goes. Gets a right hand on it. Yeah, gives a nod. I think she's figured it out now. Always the thing with a slab. You've got to figure it out as quickly as possible and then give yourself time to do it because you can't really rush these moves. And you can see our graphic being updated down on the left. That's a zone for her. The box being filled up halfway. Looking good now as she matches the hold. Seems to be getting a good purchase on that volume. A little slip, you can see how precise you have to be. You got to rotate your way all the way around it. These athletes using quite soft shoes so far on this slab. All right, into the zone once again. Can she get a little higher perhaps on that zone? She'll probably want to be standing right on the top of that volume on the right-hand side. You can see just using a little tiny screw on, perhaps a foot up on that. That'll be one of the methods maybe, although that will involve a massive press. I think she's got to get her foot high up on that right volume, you know. But she's going for the low jump. Will she have the reach? She does. Great climbing from Quintana there. Figured out the beta. Executed it well. And she's off to a great start. Let's watch that again. Adjusting. Winding up the jump, and up she goes. Legs swinging out to the right. Back on the wall to steady herself. You just switched on YouTube. Hello, and welcome to the Junior Female Boulder Semi-Finals. My name is Matt Grooman. I quite like these semi-finals. It allows us to have a nice chilled start to the day. I get to chat to you at home. But we'll be ramping it up throughout the day as the expectation, the tension builds for the finals. 13 seconds, and we'll see our next athlete rotation. Quinn Mason from Team USA enters, and I've been getting lots of messages from Team USA. They're really excited to have the athletes competing. And Ingrid is back in action. She's already competed on boulder number 1, and this is the start of the rotation I was talking about. We see more and more athletes on stage. And do bear in mind that I don't have my finger on the camera switching button. Everything's being controlled by our Russian friends. And it is a tricky job, trust me, when you have 4 athletes all attempting to top at the same time. Sometimes we'll flick between action, but we'll try to keep you updated on everything that's going on. Quinn Mason on her first flash attempt. It's looking good at the moment. Got the zone straight away. Quinn's only really competed in 1 IFSC bouldering competition, and that was the Youth World Champs in Arco in 2019, where she came 21st. Apart from that, she's mainly been a lead climber. That is Ingrid Kindleyhagen as she looks. This is a very awkward start. You're kind of wrapped around the corner. The athletes can't use the left-hand side of that wall, the arete. Not allowed to touch that, and you can see sometimes athletes, the climber mentality kicking in and their fingers dance towards it because it's such a good hold, obviously, but they'd be cheating. Out Quinn goes now. Will she try to upgrade the feet? There is that hold down low, which she now just steadies herself, but again, just using it to get the body position right. She winds up, jumps, latches the top. Good start from Quinn. All right, so boulder number 1, highly toppable, we know that. And this is this awkward start. You wrap around that corner and then have to throw yourself to the right. I did wonder if there'd be a bump with the left, so off the start hold, but it's harder to do it that way. But who knows? I mean, these athletes, we see them all the time and regularly this week. Thinking Paul Jempf last night, who found an outrageous knee bar high up on the men's route. Hadn't really been considered until he locked it in. It's the athletes free to do whatever they want. This is part of how wonderful our sport is, the creativity aspect of it. All of these women had to go through a pretty tough qualifying round. Not many tops seen in that. Quintana here just did 1 boulder from the qualifying round, so just shows she did one top 3 zones to get into this semi-final. Sometimes that's all you need. "39 seconds to try to work this start out." So 14 seconds, she'll call it a day. The athletes don't have to use all their time. They feel like a boulder's a little bit beyond them or they can't work out the beta, then they'll often leave in order to save skin and energy for the next one. So another rotation, 2 more athletes join us on stage. And that's Ashley Fisher from the USA on the left. A lot of these athletes will usually take a second to brush the holds, making sure they're all in the right condition for them, especially when it's a friction dependent. It's Ashley's first IFSC bouldering comp. As we switch to Quintana, now she topped Boulder 1. We know this young woman is good at, and that is Ashley there. She quite a tall athlete, and in fact she used that height to break the beater on a boulder during the qualification round yesterday. Height is always one of those things. I don't really like talking about it, but it's worth talking about it because it makes a difference. And it's never an advantage or a disadvantage, but it's just interesting to see how the athletes use their body shape in order to climb some of these boulders. It's great watching her climb, isn't it? You can see the thought process that she goes through. Very expressive. She reckons she's figured it out now. We switch back to Ashley. Huge reach off the bottom of that undercling. It's a long way. Really powerful move. Just getting rid of some tape that was on her finger there. The athlete's having to battle skin a little bit. It's been a long week of climbing. Some of them have done 3 by this stage. They've done lead, speed already. So 2.5 minutes out of the possible 5 left on the clock at the moment. What a move that is. It's so stretched out she's doing, but now, oh, just that's the thing. The second you try to move when you're that stretched out, you have less weight through your feet. And the rubber already starting to build on the bottom of that slab where athletes have slipped off. That's our leaderboard, and we'll keep that updated throughout the competition. So Quinn Mason is currently first with a quicker top of Boulder 1. But that will change as we go, because we've got a lot of athletes to come, and we're looking for the top 6. And I've been calling it the bubble or the danger zone of being in 6th position. Means you have to nervously wait for the other athletes to finish. Nothing is guaranteed here. And in fact, every time I try to call something, it tends to be wrong. So I'm trying to get out of that habit. Commentator curse or just bad maths, I don't know. One of the two. Probably the bad maths. We're ramping up for a busy month here at the IFSC. Lots of competition to come. We're actually straight to Slovenia after this. A potential Paraclimbing World Cup in LA. And then, of course, the World Championships. And if you thought this was a marathon of climbing, you wait to the World Champs, because not only have we got all the seniors competing in boulder, speed and lead, we've also got the amazing paraclimbers. I just want to big up the paraclimbers for a sec, mainly because I've got one of the IFSC top brass for the paraclimbers next to me. And paraclimbing is one of the genres of our sport that if you haven't seen it before, do go and watch that. I've fallen in love with it. Ashley Fisher has got 26 seconds, and now she seems to have worked it out better. We know that this jump is highly doable when she gets there, but she does need to do it this go. I don't think she's going to have enough time if she falls on this move. So pressured moments from her. Using a knee just to bump up onto that screw-on. 10 seconds. I don't think she'll be aware of the time either. It ticks down behind her 5. I don't think it's going to be enough unless she does something heroic here. She's going to. 1 timeout. Unlucky, she came close. Zoe Ellie will be the new athlete out on the left. Her sister also competing in this competition. Zoe, very experienced since 2016. She's been on the scene and has medals in lead. She was 7th in the lead competition this week. Zoe Ellie on the left. We'll talk about her more in a second. But right now we stick with Quinn Mason as she tries to work out this tricky start. That left hold she's on is awful. The right isn't great, but she's going to a huge jug, and she does get it this time. It's one of those moves that you don't believe is possible until you try it, and then suddenly your body kind of does it. And after this move, things get a lot easier, but we'll see. What the route setters think is easy is often at odds from what the athletes think. Oh, Ingrid Kindlehagen is having a great competition. Up she comes. Could she get her first top? She's got a zone already. Out she comes into the jug. Now she has to match it. Feet swinging around. High foot. A quick match from Ingrid. Gets her first top of the semi-final. There is Zoe Ellie. So a 7th for her already here this week. A bit of a pop there as she tried to go up. Quinn Mason working out that move now, locking in the body position on it. Slaps up to the sloper, and for a second she held it, but it's powerful, that move. It's a powerful boulder. Series of slaps in a row. We've seen a lot of boulders, almost route style from the route setters this week. This set seems a little bit more traditional, perhaps, in terms of what we'd expect to see from semi-finals. Zoe's sister was 30th in the qualifying round, not making it through to the semi-finals. Quinn perhaps fatiguing a little bit here. She might need to rest between attempts. I think she's got the beta worked out now. Now it's just a case of resting enough so they can execute the moves. Quinn Mason locks on, shakes out. She's currently sitting in first position at the moment, now sticks the slap. She needs to get heels up on the left, and this next hold is a good crimp. It's just blocked a little bit, but it's a very positive edge for her, and you can see, not too bad. A good pad on that, and then the top itself is the green hold underneath the volume. That's what she needs to match and control. Bicep-y move, you can see body shaking, oh, so close. That would have sucked a lot of her power out, and with a minute to go, it's going to be difficult for her. It's the problem. You don't get extra points for coming close, just a top and a zone. Zoe with that dynamic start. Bit risky on a slab with so little friction on it. Zoe Ellie has 30 seconds, and it's not really going to be enough time unless she finds it quickly. Quinn Mason, I think she burnt her attempt when she came close. Zoe, one last try here. She's got 13 seconds. She's going to have to launch for the final hold. 10 seconds on the clock. Foot pop, and that will be it for her. Ida Torres Iamola will be out next. There she is. Team Spain have been in great form all this week. Really fun to be around. Excited, enthusiastic. Ashley Fisher, let's see if she's got some power for this move. So 3 minutes 18 on the clock. Talking about paraclimbing, actually, Sebastian Depke, who is my favourite co-commentator, or one of. I can't say I can't have favourites. He's one of my favourites. But I know he's watching from Spain right now. He'll be in action very soon in Moscow. It's always tricky with Sebastian because I kind of hope he doesn't make finals because I love having him in the commentary box so much. But obviously, I want him to medal. Right. Back to the action. That is Quintana. This boulder is definitely doable, and she's making progress on it up to the zone hold. It's not a very good crimp, that, a bit slopey, but enough to launch up to the half crescent-shaped moon hold thing. What a lovely way to start a Saturday, hey? Watching some of the youngest, brightest, the futures of our sport on some cool-looking boulders. Ayada now pulls onto the slab. Aida not making it stick that time. She's got a minute and a half to go. Quintana once again to the zone. Out she goes, sticks it with that toe hook. Catches it, but it's such a shouldery move, isn't it? Perhaps lacking a little bit of power on these more physical boulders. She cruised that slab, but struggled a little bit with 2 and 3 now. Aida once again up onto the slab. Toes out towards the right, twists her body. Not quite getting that screw on with the left hold, now bumps down to the lower one. Seems better for her. Out onto the side pull zone. Up she goes to the top. 27 seconds, he'll probably have time for one more attempt. As will Quinn here. Once more to the zone, once more to the jump. Toe locked in much better this time, but still needs to match. Went for the coordination double tap. Disappointment. She's got another slab to come. 6 seconds, that'll be it. We'll see a rotation. Camille Pouget will be our new athlete out. On the left-hand side. There she is. We already got a bronze medal. She was 3rd in the lead comp. Doesn't do as many boulder competitions as before. Now, Quinn, interestingly, goes face out. And it's a bit of a trap, that one. Often when we see boulders in this position, that is the way to do it. But this one is easier to do facing into the wall. Having said that, Quinn cruises through that first move. But it's physical to spin yourself like that. And of course, there's 2 burly moves to come. Sets herself for the jump, gets it, but without the toe, you're always peeling off backwards. You need that toe catch underneath the volume to stop the swing. Zoe Ellie didn't manage to work out the slab. Let's see if she's got some power on boulder 2. I tried to climb that move with my trainers earlier. Don't worry, I brushed the holds. It's all good. But it is awkward. You're wrapped around the corner. And you have to spin all the way, and you can't see the jug that she's going for from the starting position. Camille Pouget on her first attempt. Will she get the flash here? She's been up there for a while. Using that tiny little screw on, moves her feet up and through. She's one of a few athletes this week who've been wearing socks. And I know those socks, they are climbing specific socks. Who knew there was such a thing? I've actually got a pair of them somewhere. I've never actually worn them. Maybe I should. Ingrid, on the final slab of her competition. She's come to life in the second half of this semi-final. Quinn Mason again, faces out. That beater seems to work for her. Right, will she get the toe catch this time? That's what we're looking for, that big white volume. She need to bring the foot up there. You can see the thought process. She's trying it. Coordination moves like that, though, if you don't have it the first few times, it just feels impossible. And suddenly, one attempt will stick, and then it seems easy after that. But it's that first one, the initial toe hook. Quinn, once again, we saw an early top on slab 1. Since then, not many have gone down. 2, I think. .45 seconds on the clock. Camille Pouget would like to get this done. She needs a good start. She's got the zone. When 20 seconds to go, she's set for the jump. Leaps up too far to the right. And Quinn Mason as well doesn't get her boulder done. Okay, not many tops so far. Long way to go, though. There'll be about a 15-minute break between the juniors we're watching now and the Youth A females that will come next. But it's the same live stream, so if you're wondering where the athletes are that you're here to watch, it'll be part of this stream. It'll just be a little break. Bianca Janeczka from Poland. She's our new athlete. Aida on the start of women's 2. Yeah, she's using the beater, the root setters intended for this, which is facing into the wall. There she is, standing tall and strong. But when you're that tall, these moves actually are quite difficult. sits for a second meditatively on the mat. Yeah, so when you're that tall and you're trying to do these undercling moves, you don't have the drive in your legs. If you're smaller, you can just wind up and jump. Yeah, and it's kind of quite a crushed up box to get into. I'm trying to explain climbing biometrics there. It's never a good idea for me to do that. Yeah, and the toe hook will be hard as well. Where's Stasha when you need it? She's the one to talk through this. Well, she'll be in action soon, don't you worry. In Moscow for the World Championships, or at the Youth World Championships right now. I'm a bit nervous about the World Championships. It's like the Olympics all over again, except you get to hear my voice. Quintana, up she goes. Now, this slab, you need to go towards the right. Initially, it looks like you might be able to break it by going straight up, but route setters think that's impossible, so you have to use some good crimps and good footwork, and these crimps are good that she's using here. Pressing up towards the zone now. There it is. She'll need to use it, control it in a stable position. And trust me, that was a minefield for the judges to work out. What on earth counts as a controlled, stable position? Well, that's something that luckily our judges are trained for. They're the ones making the call on that. It's a long boulder this, looping from the left to the right, back to the left again, pretty much to where you've started, just a bit higher up. So it's all about body position this, because if you just jump for that hold, your whole momentum is going to be going towards the left. She needs a foot to stop the swing. And that's what that black volume will be for down the bottom. The starting hold. It's always such a frustrating moment, and you climbers out there will understand this when you can almost just breathe on the final hold. You can't get there for some reason. Less than a minute now. Quintana took some time to get to that stage, so will she have enough time to finish it off? She is back, though, in this position. Avoids the zone this time. Not really necessary. And she's already got it. Yanya-esque style flick, but a fall from her. I love how Yanya has an entire climbing move named after her. That's when you know you've made it. Forget the gold medal. Camille Pouget didn't get on with the slab. Can she get on with the power moves of women's too? And Zoe using the face out method. But she's now kind of the wrong way around. She needs to turn into the wall. The route setter who set this was describing that you can get lost in this boulder. And I think Zoe is in the midst of getting lost. You need a sat nav up there. Now she works it out, spins. Up to the bag crimp. Very slopey, that right hold. Watch for the toe catch. She misses it there. I don't think she quite was trying to get it in, her feet naturally coming under her, but she wasn't aiming for the toe. Quinn Mason on her final boulder of the semi-final. She's currently sitting in first with 1 top and 2 zones. When she makes one more move, it'll be 1 top and 3 zones, but she's almost going to ignore it, isn't she? I think she was trying to press up and then touch the zone. It is easier if you do use that zone hold. That is Miriam Fugu from Italy. First Italian out in the semi-final. We've talked about the depth in the Italian squad before, but they really do have a lot of experience to pull on. Quinn Mason starts the crimpy part of the slab. Will press up towards that little side pull. Upgrades the right foot. Big rock over and a press. If she does this, it might be worth going off the lower one, and she does go back down towards it. Whew. I described bouldering the other day as physical chess, and I'm sticking with that because it is a mind game often. Got to piece together the moves. There's a reason they're called boulder problems. Words of wisdom there for you. I'm going to be a character in it. Zoe Ellie locks the toe in, matches the dish. Looks for the final hold, pops out, sticks it with her 3 fingers, and she'll match for a top for Zoe Ellie. Camille Pouget, high heel, into the good crimp. Spies the top, and she'll slap in underneath it, gets it. Look at that reversed hand position. And she's going to use a head jam. This is excellent. Gets it in. I used a head jam once upon a time at Stanage on a trad climb. Worked for me. Quinn Mason calls it a day. And the timer ticks down, and you can see now packed on the field of play. Let's watch that top again. Look at that head jab. That is awesome. Well, that's my second favourite move of this competition after Paul Jemp's knee bar last night. I'm not sure if she fully head jammed that, to be fair. Let's watch a replay of the top. What we think is a top, it is Miriam Fugu getting that done. Adelaide De Dario from Italy on the slab. And that's Bianca trying to work this out. So awkward. We can see the jug she's going for. She can't. It's somewhere around there, and there's no tick mark. I don't know what the rules are on athletes putting tick marks on the boulders. I don't think they're allowed to. Otherwise, I think they'd be ticking to confuse their opposition, perhaps. I don't know. We do see tick marks placed by the route setters occasionally. Aida getting up to the half moon dish. No toe hook, though. It's all about them toes. We see Ashley Fisher for the first time on her slab. 2 zones so far, no tops. Takes a deep breath. Quite a hard start, this. You can either jump up to it and get the toe catch or do it a little bit more statically, but it's tricky just to get into that slab. Aida presses up underneath, forearms on the big volume. It's so big, it's casting a shadow on the wall. Oh, another head jam. Yes, head jams. I've never seen a head jam in a competition. I've just watched 2 in the space of 10 minutes. I love climbing. Big jump and a toe catch this time. Nicely done from her. Can't quite get the jug. Oh, misses it beneath. A bit low on that hold. Adelaide trying to get herself psyched there for this slab. She's got a minute and a half. Not a lot of tops going down so far. Tense start to this competition. Don't worry about the jiggling, it's not your eyes. Our wide camera is on the roster we're standing on and people are walking around on it. That's why there's a slight wobble. Or a big wobble. Toe hook locked in. She was underneath this final jug before. This time makes it stick, swings back. She just needs to match. She does. First top of the semis for her. Three, two, one. Let's have a rotation. Ignacia Mielando Quinteros is out on stage. She was so good in the lead comp earlier this week. Massive support. She was in the finals. Team Chile have been great all week, in fact. Miriam. With the myriad of options. Let's see what I did there. And that's Camille Pouget. Will she go facing in or out? I think she's going facing in. Lay back to start, and then she'll need to get scrunched up underneath. Reaches up and presses. Drops the right knee. Now gets stood up nice and quickly. That's our leaderboard at the moment. Quinn Mason is leading the way with 1 top and 2 zones. Quintana Iltis in second. Things will change though. Camille Pouget quickly high up on this boulder now. Out with the left. Almost got the toe. And it's all about that toe catch on that boulder. Zoe Ellie on the slab. on top at the moment for her, but no zones. Leaving herself with a lot of work to do on this final boulder. There is Ignacia. Pulls under the slab. Latches the right and pressing down with the palm to steady herself, and that's the danger arret. You so want to use that, but no-go zone. Miriam works out the first move. Now she gets the high heel in. Should really be done at this stage. Pops out with the right. Comes right underneath, but just pings off that crimp. Such a bicep-y move at the end of a series of physical moves. Camille Pouget will look for the final jump. Up she goes. Misses the toe, but somehow sticks it. That's some strength from her. Matches. If she manages to get this done, it will be pretty special. Out with the jug. Come on. Pulls herself back in. Special top from Camille Pouget. Team France goes nuts in the audience. Just over a minute left. She's had 7 attempts so far. That'll be 8th as she pulls on. There goes the bell. Camille Pouget with that awesome top jumps right to the top with 2 tops and 1 zone. And final boulder to go for her, so setting herself up nicely. Zoe Ellie is having a bit of a nightmare on the slab down right. Gets the toe locked in on our wide angle. Zoe Ellie with 16 seconds will really want to get that zone. Don't think she's going to have time though. Lucie Watillon from Belgium is out onto the mats on the left-hand side. There she is. She was 10th in the lead comp this week. Lead is her speciality, really. Both Chamonix and Briançon in the lead cups. She was competing in the senior rounds for lead. That is Bianca pressing into the wall. 2 zones out of 2 for her. If she can get this top, we'll do her some favours. Let's see. Into the underclings. Spies the bad crimp above it. Makes it work now. Toe catch. Jumps up. Doesn't see the toes yet. Plenty of time to work that out though. Aida coming up. Crimpy side pull up towards the zone, which is just out of shot on the right. There it is, gets it. Uses it, that'll be the zone for her. And now let's see if she can work this move out. I'm not sure the best way at the moment. going to require a lot of tension to keep her in. Okay, now she presses out with the right. That's fine, but then to get the zone, you won't be able to get it in that position. And this is the problem. And now brings it down, okay. Getting ever closer. Feet working their way up the blue volume. The balancing point's so fine here. Arms stretched out. Right arm to balance her. Doesn't make it. Trying the thuggy method without the toes requires so much strength. Adelaide there looking up at her problem. Meanwhile, we haven't seen much of her, but that is Lucie Wattelion from Belgium as she presses out towards the right of this slab. Haven't seen many tops on this, even though initially we thought it could be one of the easier ones. The jump. She was bronze on her first ever lead Youth World Cup. She's climbed 8B in her time, plus in her time. Right, she was here before. Just lost her balance in the last moment. Uses that right toe in order to reach across. Ida with one top, two zones. Needs a top here, really. Currently in third. Didn't manage to do that second powerful boulder, but it's the third powerful boulder. Now moves down. She's got 30 seconds, looking unbalanced at the moment. Toes just on that black starting hold. Goes for the desperate jump eventually, 17 seconds to go. I think she's done. Big jump up. Misses it just from Lucie. Frustration. 4 seconds to go. The stage is cleared. Michaela Smetanova will be out on the slab. One of the Czech climbers. Sixth in lead for her. She's won medals in lead as well, but hasn't quite got on the podium yet for Boulder. Just outside the finals so far in her career. Miriam very quickly works out the start to this boulder into the zone. High feet, look for the toe catch. There it is, locks it in nicely. Could we see a flash here from her? Into the final hold, sticks the massive swig, and she's going to be delighted by that one. 2 tops out of 3 and a zone. There is Michaela Smetanova. Gets the zone. Now this jump, feet low. We've only really seen the athletes. Oh, just you could see, just lost the left there. Tried to readjust on it, but it's so slopey. There's no positive edge on that. If you pop off and you're moving, it's hard. Camille Pouget is in second at the moment. After her strong top of women's 3. Miriam Fugu in first at the moment. So Michaela just lost the zone a couple of seconds ago. Now locks it off, gets herself set for the dyno. This is where she fell before. Uses a press to get her body weight over to the right, and again, pops off that zone. Deep breath. Ignacia flings herself to the right, all the way around the corner. Shouldery move. Camille Pouget has a minute to get this zone. Right, once more, Michaela takes the fall. Watch this. She pulls back on, gets the toe catch, and now she'll be aiming. She wants to get her foot high up on that right-hand side. There, the higher you go with that right foot, the easier it is to stick the move. You go low, you just don't quite have the balancing point. Come on, Camille. 2 fingers on the crimp, then locks it off. Up to the zone. 4 seconds though. It's not going to be enough time, but that zone is what she was looking for. She had a couple more seconds, she might have caught that. Emily Phillips from Great Britain. In the pink shorts on the left. About coming up to a third of the way through this women's junior semi-final. After this, we've got the Youth A semi-final. And then some finals. Adelaide facing in, locked. Can she spot the toes on her flash attempt? Not that time. But she'll have got the measure of this boulder now. The distance for the jump. Bianca. 3 minutes 30. This long slab, can't quite get this initial move. It's actually almost harder to do it statically the way she's doing it. If you pop a little dynamically into it, it's easier, but she makes it work this time. There's Emily Phillips, hometown Cardiff. Active on the UK bouldering scene. Ticked off some classics in her time. She reached the semi-finals in her first ever Senior World Cup. 2017 British bouldering lead and speed champion. She's actually the speed record holder. Adelaide pressing her hips into the wall, trying to get herself stood up on the undercling. Bumps the feet, looks for the snatch, the rotation through. Gets it. Tried to go up with the right hand. That's not going to be the way. You have to throw for the left. There is Emily back in action. Goes out towards the right, into the side pull. Already a zone on his first boulder. She'd love to start things off with a top. Crosses through with the left, and now sets herself for the jump. There it is, not quite still, but still makes it work. I tell you what, with the retirement of Shauna Coxey from comp climbing, such a legend of our sport, British team will be looking for someone to step up into the senior ranks. Lucie Wattelion. A minute left. Bell sounds to indicate to the athletes they have 1 minute to get their thoughts together. Three climbers in action. Not long to go now. Five seconds to go. Clock counts down. Athletes leave. We have our rotation. Maya Darabian will be out next from on the left-hand side of your screen. There she is. Just appeared. Yellow leggings, yellow trousers from Iran. There is Maya. Ignacia decides to face in on her first attempt. Springs up, and that's quite a hard press, this, isn't it? A lot of the athletes lay backing the left and then bringing the right up. Miriam in second at the moment, got close to the zone. Maya, highly decorated, especially in the Asian Youth Championships. Gold in speed and boulder, so she's a powerhouse. That's our leaderboard at the moment on the right. Top 6 will make it through. Camille Pouget sitting pretty at the moment, first position. Ignacia using the head press method. Very, very physical, this. To come backwards with your weight and catch the undercling with the biceps. That's tricky. Pressing up and under. For a second, she popped off with the right foot. Manages to keep on, and now she's stood up. But she's got 3 physical moves to come here. First of all, into this bad crimp. Will she have the body tension to stick it? She does on the first one. Fingers heavily taped up. Brings the feet round, looks for the jump. Toe catch, if possible. If not, thuggery. Out she comes. Can't stick the swing. It's so physical without the toe catch. Miriam towards the zone. She hasn't got it yet. Can she latch it this time? Crosses through to the side pull. Your body's going to be wanting to fall to the right. And she just pops off that bad crimp. Looks accusingly at it. Oh, what a swing. Couldn't quite hold that. So close, though. Rotating all the way around to face the audience. Ignacia fighting once more. Has yet to look really comfortable on this boulder. "55 seconds. Sits down on that right heel. Yeah, she's just, as the route setter said, getting a bit lost here. Trying everything, though. 36 seconds. Once she can get stood back up again, she can do the jumps, but just currently sandwiched between the volumes. Not making a lot of progress. This is going to be taking a lot out of her. This will definitely be her last attempt, I think, as she comes down. 18 seconds, so physical. Maya has 13 seconds to get this. No zone at the moment now. She'll get the zone. Jumps. So, zone in the last dying seconds of her round. Nakaya Sanders is out for the USA. There she is. She hasn't competed. Oh, Emily Phillips. We'll talk about Nakaya in a minute. Emily Phillips finds the jug, can't make it stick. Trying to plan out the moves for her next attempt. And pressing into the wall is Lucy. We saw this is where Ignacia got all types of tangled up just now. Lucy making it look a little easier at the moment, but coming back nicely to get stood up. Finds the slopey crimp. Feet around. Look for the toe catch and just pop the foot as she was going up there. Just a little bobble. Adelaide finds the toe hook on the left. Comes into that blue volume, which does have a little edge on it, but it's not a lot. Just a little rim. Miriam Fugu in first, Camille Pouget third, second, Quinn Mason third. So that is Nakaya Sanders. She hasn't competed since 2018, where she came 7th in a bouldering comp in Russia, actually, in Moscow, for the Youth World Championships. Adelaide comes towards the zone. She needs this. She's only got one zone at the moment. There is the zone. Gets it. Quite a good body position at this point. Creeps the hands through for the match. Just similar to Camille Pouget's method, stretching out towards the zone. Camille not really needing the zone to get stood up in a similar way to Camille. This last move is puzzling, isn't it? Emily Phillips, though. I think this is a replay of possibly a top. Yeah, which comes in underneath, really bicepy. Drops in, catches it. 2 out of 2 for Emily Phillips. Kaya Sanders qualifying in 5th position for this semi-final. Been away for a couple of years. Be interesting to see how her training, her progression has developed. Just over a minute then for these 3 athletes to figure out the boulders. Getting stood up high is Lucy into the crimp. Big out lefts, gets the toe hook in almost a little bit early, kind of caught her before. It's a balancing act. You've got to be latching the hold as you get the toe in. Get the toe in too early, it's going to be pulling you down. Adelaide easily into this final move, but it's all about this final move, isn't it? The drop down onto the black starting hold, I think is the way to go. 5 seconds won't be enough. She's 11th outside of the finals. Tsiatakis. Black shorts, red hair, down on the left-hand side. There she is. One of the up-and-coming stars of the Slovenian team. She's got a silver medal already. Maya, let's see what our power is like. We know she's a good speed climber. She should have the physicality for this move. Michaela Smetanova. In or out? Which way will she face? And finally, Ignacia pulls onto the slab, misses the toe catch to start with. It's either one of those moves you nail straight away and don't have a problem with, or it becomes a nightmare for you. So Michaela gets stood up quickly. Right foot drop down, right hand pressing. Currently down in 13th with 2 zones. Sets herself up for the jump. And again, pop of the foot just as she was about to move. Tsiatakis, silver medal, in lead, into the zone. Thumbs pressing against that zone hold, trying to get the body towards the right-hand side so she can make the jump towards that top. little screw on as an undercling. Tongue out in concentration, pressing her face against the slab. Tries to just feel her way through. I describe it a bit like a car, you know, the biting point and a clutch. That's what balancing points feel like for climbers. Is suddenly you'll feel it start to work for you. Now rotates. 2 minutes on the clock. Almost standing on her own foot. Stalls the car, if we're going with that analogy. Kayla gets stood up. Kicks the foot underneath but can't quite catch it on that attempt. Maya latches the difficult move to the jug. Now goes up onto the slopers. Big move out right. The further you go round to the right on that hole, the better. She goes and has a little look on it. And Tsiatakis is back in action. Came close before, couldn't find the balancing point. Now thinks about getting a high right foot onto that screw-on. That is one of the methods, possibly. There's a few ways of doing this. The athletes have unlocked it so far with the low foot, where she's got that right foot and then jumping for the top. Slowly, slowly. 30 seconds to go. This could be the last time she gets to attempt this one. Now gets the left hand. Needs to start thinking about getting in a position for this jump. Can't find the position at the moment. Goes for the long jump. My goodness, that is a long way. 10 seconds. No go for her. Let's see a replay of Michaela swinging out, holding the swing, using all of her shoulder muscles. Kicks back again. Will want to get the foot up. Does. Matches. On top and 2 zones for her. Nanoha Kume. There she is. This is her first IFSC event. And already she's got gold in the lead competition. How good is that Japanese team, eh? What are they doing with their athletes? I want a bit of that in my training. Emily Phillips in fantastic form at the moment. 2 out of 2 for her. Will she make it 3 out of 3? She comes up to the crimps. This kind of a boulder should suit her. But that right foot proving to be the nightmare. Seen a lot of athletes pop off it. You see Watillon. So Nanoha with 1 gold medal out of 1 competition for the IFSC. A rising star for sure. Watch for her in future comps. She's on the left-hand side of your screen. And with 3 minutes to go, came close to the zone. Not quite. Emily Phillips back in action in the middle. Popped the right foot last time. Lucy can't work it out from Belgium. Emily now looking a bit better. Latches the right. Okay, a huge jump on a toe catch coming up. Up she goes, nails the toe catch. And now she'll have to unwind for the swing. She's kind of getting set up for an enormous dyno here, it looks like. Bumps the hand, okay. Now she's got to work the hand through, which she gets. Sticks the swing. A photographer's dream of a move, that. Emily Phillips. I have a feeling we'll see finals for her. 3 out of 3. Nanoha. Now into the zone. Not quite. Sits down on the mat, looking at it, trying to uncover the secrets of that boulder, the body position, the technique required to do it. You see, cutting loose with no feet on this move. I think she's going to get, I think she was too low on that. I'm not sure she actually went in, no, she didn't go into the zone, so trying to do it in a low method. Nakaya swinging around wildly with 1:25 to go. So Emily Phillips with that top way out in front. Miriam Fugu second. Camila Pouget in third at the moment. Athlete on the bubble is Smetanova. She's got one boulder to come. Now Nanoha Kume pulls on once more, 58 seconds. Hasn't got a lot of time. Not the ideal start for her, but a zone at least. So the end of that round. We have the rotation. Utia Takas is back on stage. And our new athlete out, that is Anna Lechner from Germany. Anna Lechner is a true bouldering specialist. Straight bouldering comps throughout her youth competition scene. Second in the Youth World Cup in Graz in Austria. Maya, two tops at the moment with two zones at the moment, needs to get a top. And that is the athlete on the bubble on our scoreboard, currently in 6th position, risky. She'll need a top here, or at least a zone to stay where she is. Tsiatakis struggled with the slab. Will she be feeling the physicality of women's 2? Anna Lechner, the bouldering master. Gets ready for this jump, locks off that side pull well, sets for the jump, springs, gets it for the flash. Well, we knew this was her bag, and it is her bag. What am I talking about? Maya gets ready for the jump. It's all about the toe catch on this move. And a lot of athletes have done that just as they get ready to jump, popping off with the right foot. It's better if you're a little bit more spread out. Smetanova starts chalking up mid-air on that fall, getting ready. Tsiatakis falls. She's cruising the first move though, but there is only so many attempts you can have on something this physical. Two and a half minutes. And Alekna flashed that slab on the left. That's why she's no longer on stage. She'll go back and have a nice long rest before her second rotation. It's the other thing about flashing boulders, you get more time to chill, to recover. Michaela rocks up. No zone for her as of yet. Into the zone though, that will help. Matches it, right hand on. And now no one working this out yet. She's in fourth with that zone, bumped up from sixth. I think you've got to drop down, which she is doing, centimeters away. Now gets the left hook. Hello. She just needs fingertips on that final hold in order for it to count. Left hand on it, right hand on it. We see our first top. Michaela Smatanova needed that. That was important for her. Will it be enough though? Maya from the crimp comes down. Not the best semi-final for her yet. Tsiatakis makes progress up to the crimp. One move to go now, out to the zone. She'll want to, sorry, out to the top. She'll want to get her bicep-y move underneath it. Gets one in, got to match it, in control. Looks for the high left foot, gets it. Tsiatakis back on track after only a zone on Boulder 1. 38 seconds. Using her hips to get a no-hand rest, really, in that position. 21 seconds. Zone for her, 3 zones out of 3 so far. The clock counts down, and we have our final new athlete out. Naile Mignon enters from France, qualifying in first position. Naile will want to get a quick start to her competition here. We're looking for a flash, at least a top. Nakaya. What is that move? A high, I don't know what that is, a thigh press? It works for her though. Up into the crimp. Nails it with the toe catch. This will be her first top if she can get it. She's already got her first zone. Big shouldery move though, yes. Underway and is chuffed with that. The no-hat with one zone at the moment. And we saw a flash, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, yeah, we did see a flash from Naile. She's certainly gone on that slab of women's 1. Let's see a replay of Naile Mignon's final move. Sets herself up easy for our number 1 qualifier. Looks back, gets the confirmation, and down she comes. And this was the moment that Nakaya Sanders really started her semi-final with this great top. It meant a lot to her. Emily Phillips with 3 tops and 1 zone is leading the way. 2 minutes to go. Hands on her hips. She's already got the zone quickly. She's got 2 minutes. She might not need it. She'd like to get it though. Currently sitting in first position. Emily Phillips has 1:20. It's not long on a slab this long and delicate. She's the final athlete out. Seeing quicker tops now all round from the athletes. Emily has 1 minute to get this done. Easily into the first move. In control, she can move forward. Will pop out to the rim of that blue hold. Right foot bump. Into the side pull. We'll look for a high right foot rocking up into the next set of side pulls. There she is. Towards the zone. She's already got it. Doesn't need to get it. Uses it though. Out towards the left. We've only seen 1 top on this so far. And it's such a delicate drop down move in order to get it. Out with the left and right, 26 seconds. Climbing quickly, efficiently, right foot up high, almost losing it for a second. She's going to have to drop all the way down. She's trying something different, going for the high heel. Interesting, that is precarious. I'm not sure that's going to stick, but if anyone can do it, she can. Dancing out to the left. Pops in the last seconds. Should be happy with that though. That's likely to be enough. So we're nearing the end of our rotation now. That's why we are not... blah. I'll start that sentence again, shall I? We're nearing the end now, which is why we're not seeing athletes on the slab of 1. That rotation has finished. So we get to focus in more on these final few. Anna Lechner, stunning flash on Boulder number 1. Tsiatakis pressing up. Easy from her as she comes out towards the zone hold. Goes for the jump and tries to activate beast mode on that one. If you don't get the toe, it's such a shouldery move that. The toe just makes things a little easier. Cleaning that hold well. It's had a lot of athletes touching it. We're at the end of the junior female Boulder semi-final here in Voronezh for the Youth World Championships. My name is Matt Groom. I'm doing all the action for you here today. Sometimes I have a co-commentator at this event. We're not quite set up for that. So hopefully you're not fed up with my voice. I'm certainly not fed up about talking about climbing. Loved every second of this competition so far as Anna Lechner styles her way through the first boulder up to the good crimp. There it is. Climbing quickly. Bicepy move to come though. Oh, big bump with the right foot. Drops down easily into the bicep move. Watch your feet. Left in. Match. And Lechner 2 out of 2. And Tsiatakis also making progress. This final shouldery move. Holds the swing. Brings the left foot up and a match for her. Jumps into 5th. We're watching our finalists possibly, probably, at the moment compete. Last athlete out on stage is Maya Darabian from Iran. Shakes her arms, trying to get rid of the pump. That tiny little foothold has been the one that a lot of the athletes getting that far, they've had a little moment on that. It's a small little dot of friction to aim for. She's currently in 17th, climbing really for her own sake at this point. Finals will be out of touch, out of reach. There's not an earthquake, don't panic. It's just our camera angle shaking. Less than a minute now. Maya trying to work this out. Final athlete out on the stage in this rotation. Looks towards the clock, 52 seconds. No top so far, just zones for her. Swings, catches the foot. Reaches her hands through towards the side puts 9 seconds. It's not going to be enough for her. Maya's comp done. 3 zones. That is Naile Mignon. She climbs with Paul Gemft, Mejdi Schalk, based out of Chambéry. One of the many little hubs of climbing in France. Great outdoor scene around there, and there she is, currently in 11th. Nanoha Kume, 1 top, 1 zone for her. Dealt better with the physicality of women's 2 than the slab. Just had a little look out to the audience as if to say, nope, not that time. Let's restart that. Sanders was so happy to get that top just now. Can she gain some momentum now? She struggled a little on the first 2 boulders. Naile Mignon flashed women's 2 off camera. It happened so quickly we missed it. Nanoha Kume, up she goes, or will try to. Big jump, toe catch, gets the toe catch locked in. Now needs to match, prepare herself for this huge move out, swinging with the body. Toes through, easy from her. Kume. Nanoha Kume will get another top to her scorecard. So we're left with Nakaya Sanders. Gets the zone. In 12th at the moment. Tiptoes her toes, she'll need to get this. Oof, high toe hook. Let's just see a replay of this flash. From Naile, we watch it, matches. Down she comes, good flash from her. Hopefully we'll switch back to the action on the slab now. So, Nakaya Sanders is left on stage alone. She brushes up the holds, has plenty of time, 2.5 minutes. Gets the wide, comes out. This is it this time. 2 minutes on the clock. Nearing the end of our semi-finals at the moment. These women will be competing tomorrow in the finals. That's our top 6. Emily Phillips, 3 tops and 1 zone. And in the danger zone is Lucia Tarkas at the moment. She's got 1 more boulder to come. Sanders, smooth climbing, makes that look perfect as she comes up onto the blue rim, bumps down with the left. And now I think she's going to go for a massive move and a catch. That's cool. That could actually work, you know, with that backhand catch on the rim. Going to require a little bit of luck, though, to stick that. I'm not sure that's the beater, but I enjoy watching it. She's going to have time for 1 more attempt for this as she just brushes up the hold. Will she go with that big bump beater? Currently in 12th position. Not sure, even if she gets a top here, that she'll get through. Left it a little bit late. Found form, though, seemed to settle into the competition as she progressed. And the second she got that top, changed up a gear. Will she try the big jump? Let's see. Down with the left this time. I think she is going to top this out if she can just get the balance. Out with the left. Matches. How does she hold that? That was some magic. I thought she was gone then. There we go. She hasn't competed for a while, and now she's back and just needed a little bit of comp experience to get her back into the zone. And she moves up to 9th, though. Unlucky, but she'll take some solace from that for the next comp. Siatakis is in action on the right. And Elekna in the middle. Anna's been on a run of speedy tops here. Will she continue? Currently in 8th with 2 boulders yet to go. She's in a very good position. Siatakis. Now, she had problems with the first slab. Still got the zone, but whoa, that's dynamic. Pressing down on the half moon into the side pulley crimps. Feet as high up, that volume as you could possibly get. Slowly onto the crimp, readjusts a few times with the foot. Every move calculated and precise so far. Touches the zone, stable position. Needs to use it, does by bumping up. That'll be the zone for her. Out she goes again. Intelligent climbing from her. Which method will she use? We've seen a few here. That unbelievable catch from Sanders a couple of seconds ago. Lucia Tarkas in 4th. So enough for the finals, but will she manage to get the top? We see Anna Lechner leaving the stage there. I think she's already climbed women's 3. Let's finish off with Tsitsier, though. Trying to figure it out. Gets the sweat off her hands. Feels very lonely up there on the wall. Down she drops, brings the hands through. And now towards that top, she's 1 move away. Already sitting in 4th. Veins standing out on her arm as she gets the first top hold, needs to match it, control it, she does. And she'll be way up the leaderboard with that one. We wait for it to be updated. Yeah, first for her. Just jumping Emily Phillips on attempts. Let's watch some replays. Now, this was Anna Lechner. She climbed this so quickly. I'm pretty sure it was a flash. It might be 3 out of 3 flashes for her. Maybe not. Maybe she had a couple of attempts. All right, well, 2 minutes to go. What do we talk about? Loving the colour scheme on the wall. Let's see our top 6. Utsiatakis in first position at the moment. Emily Phillips in second. Ala Lechner, we just watched her, in third. Miriam Fugu in fourth. Michaela Smetanova found the top in the last couple of seconds of her comp in order to get into the finals. Camila Pouget in sixth. Noha Kume in seventh, but she's got one more to go. Watch the countdown. So Camila Pouget is in the danger zone. So 50 seconds to go before we see our rotation. That's the rest of our athletes who have competed. Tricky set of boulders. As you can see, not many tops after position number 11. You can see Atakas, this was the moment she finished off her semi-finals, reaching out with the left, bringing the right through, creeping it, trying to not to knock yourself off the wall with your own hand. Down she goes. Coming up to 5 to 11 here. Voronezh time. If you're just joining us, we're just having a brief pause because all the athletes climbed everything so quickly. 10 seconds to go before we see a rotation. And after this comp, we'll have about a 10-minute break, 15 maybe, while we wait for the Youth A female semi-finals. Mignon with 2 tops at the moment. It's flashable, this boulder. She's in 8th. Looking to go right, let's go with the left. That is the way. It's a bit easier. That is the beater, isn't it? Up underneath. Gets sucked into that volume. Deep in the shadow. Matches easily. Comes up. Far to the right on this with a little knee bar locked in there. She'll need to go back down to the left, which she does. High left, brings her feet under. Out with the toe catch. Could be a flash from here, needs to match. She does, one move to go. Out, holds the swing. High toes and a match and a flash for her. That was quick. And she'll jump up now into 3rd position. Camille Pouget in the danger zone. Noha Kume, she didn't manage to climb the slab of wall, Boulder 1. Dealt with the physical ones a little better. But this slab is a weird mixture of delicate balancing and a little bit of thuggery as well, especially near the end. Three minutes on the clock. Brushing up, getting everything ready. Chalks up, shakes out. not piecing it together yet. She will need at least a zone here. So pressure on for her. Gets the toe hook in. Now needs to work her way all the way to the right-hand side of this boulder. Better now from her. The Noha Kume starts the journey upwards before having to drop back down to the left. Can't make it stick on that tiny little hold. Needs a zone with a minute to go. Does feel lonely out there when the pressure's on. You've only got yourself to rely on. No one else can do this for her. The coaches can't really help. She's just there, facing this final boulder. Latches it that time on a third attempt. She went 3 times into it, feet upwards, onto the little friction dot of that red crimp, that red foothold. Now up with the left, looking a little shaky, but gets into the zone. Okay. Let's see where that puts her. Up she goes. Twisting towards the left. 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Is it going to be enough? Let's wait and see. Yeah, she is in 5th. Needed that zone and got it in the dying seconds to get into the final. Whew, tense. Smetanova is out of the top 6. She was in trouble for a while. Now she gets bumped down. No finals for her. Anna Lechner. Anna Lechner already into the finals. What can she do though? Let's see on this boulder. We know the beta by now. We know the difficulties. Just a case of sitting back and watching a master at work here. She's had a great semi-finals at the moment. Out she goes to the side pulls. Feet up. Be cool to see a flash of this, wouldn't it? That would be a master class at work. Still on the boulder, can't make the flash. We've got a long way through it. 3 minutes. Coming to the end of our semi-final. 20 athletes have been out. Just a few remaining now. Up she goes towards the zone hold, dances the foot up, latches the zone, now comes left. Which method will she use for this move? Matches. Will she go for the big pop or the down climb? Sticks it somehow, all of her core working now. Matches the final hold, needs to get the left out though, and just pings off. Back to the drawing board. She goes and brushes up that offending hold, she pops on. Runs back in. She's got a minute to get this done, already in the finals, but what can she do? Just to finish off her competition nicely, get some confidence coming into the final. Out she goes, dynamically pops, gets steady, chalks up. Edging with her shoes on that small foothold, brings the left up slowly, slowly. 28 seconds to go. It'll be enough time if she can work it out, but only time for one more. Down she comes. And across. We know what she tried last time. I think she'll probably stick with the same method here. 17 seconds. Down. Rushing, but making it work. 10 seconds to go. Out. Brings the match in. And in the last 10 seconds, we'll get a top. And that bumps her right to the top. Right, our final athlete out on stage, Naile Mignon from France. There she is. In stunning form so far. What's your bets on a flash here? What do we think? It's a tough ask. Place your bets now, let's see. Out she goes. Cutting loose but sticking it. Up to the side pull, easily into the zone. So zone on her flash attempt. Matches through, crosses, needs to drop down. Keeps it together. Final athlete out. I'd love to see a flash, but this is what it's all about. Somehow holds it and bumps the foot. How does she have the tension for that? Into the side pull with the left, right through, and it is a flash. 4 flashes out of 4 for Naile. She exits the arena, and now we know what our top 6 are going to look like. There they are. Naile Mignon in first position, Anna Leknet second, Lucia Tarkas in third, Emily Phillips fourth, Nanoha Kume in fifth, and Miriam Fugu in sixth. That's our top 6. Congratulations to everyone who competed, and commiserations to Michaela Smetanova, knocked out in the last dying seconds of the competition. That's gotta hurt for her. But great performance all round, and what a semi-final. Right, we're going to take a few minutes break before we move on to the Youth A female semi-final. Route setters might make some little adjustments and tweaks. I'll certainly do some brushing. I'll keep an eye on that. Go and have a cup of coffee, a little break, and we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another Boulder semi-finals. It's time for the Youth A female boulders to get underway. Anja van Essen from the Netherlands. She'll be the first on the slab. We've just watched the juniors on pretty much the same set of boulders. The only slight tweak made by the route setters was on the on this boulder here, on the side pull. The zone hole just turned slightly sideways. In order to get themselves a little bit further over on the left. Pressing her way onto the right. This is Anja van Essen from the Netherlands. That's the hold that's been changed since the round we watched before. It's just been gone from vertical into a side pull. Just to make it a little bit easier for this younger category. Not a lot easier though, and there's some tricky boulders here today. We start off with a slab, we move on to physical thuggery on women's 2 and 3, and finally a slab to finish things up. Anja van Essen gets ready. She's had a varied career, bouldering and lead. She's competing since 2020, and she's done a lot this year. Best bouldering position was 11th. Cleans off her shoes. Takes her time with 2 minutes 33 on the clock. So this boulder starts off with quite a tricky first move. You can either do it the reachy way, popping right up. You can do it dynamically, catching the slopers. That's how she does it. Up with the right. We've seen some athletes using 2 hands, pressing onto both of those like that from the beginning hold. You've then got to work your way out to the right using those little tiny screw-ons you can see on the big blue volume. She reaches out towards the right. Into a cross through. There it is, into the zone. And this last jump, now it's been angled, should be slightly easier, but it is a bit of a launch. Not possible to do it statically, and you can see not getting the balance there, going too far backwards and to the right. These athletes have been in isolation since early this morning because they're the same set of boulders, so they've had a long time to wait and get a bit nervous. Sits down and adjusts her shoes. So the athletes will be filing out. At the moment, we're just focusing on Anja, but as this semi-final progresses, we'll have 4 athletes out on stage at the same time. We build to a crescendo of competition, and then we wind things down again, focusing back on the final few athletes out. Coming out in the order they qualified, so Anja van Essen will have qualified in last position for this semi-final. Kylie Koolin will be out last for the women, having qualified in first. We have seen all of these boulders climbed in the previous round. And a good set so far. Interesting climbing, keeping us entertained. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome to the Climbing Youth World Championships here in Voronezh, Russia. My name is Matt Groom. And we start today with the semi-final, and we move on to some finals later on. It's a packed day. This is our starting list. Anja Koolin will be out next from Switzerland, onto slab 1. And then after her, we'll have 2 athletes out, and then more and more as we get further into our competition. 5 minutes on the clock. The athletes have to send it within that 5-minute time. If you've joined us from the beginning, it's been fun, hasn't it? Who are you out there on your Saturday morning? What are you up to? Let us know. Remember, you can follow along on our social media accounts and subscribe to YouTube while you're about it. Anya standing up. She quickly pulls back on. Fresh, of course. This is her first climb. From Switzerland, that team of Sasha Lehmann, who is one of the crowd favourites for sure. Anya hasn't competed in a bouldering competition for quite a while. She's been concentrating mainly on lead, and she's got golds in lead, so perhaps an endurance athlete, a boulder like this that you spend a long time on a wall, will suit her. There's the zone, that hold that was changed. Not by a lot, a couple of degrees, but that's an indication of how little tiny changes can make a big difference to how a boulder climbs. Sets herself up for the jump now, feet down low. Not finding the distance at the moment. She knows the moves. She did well to get into that position. Got the beater locked in for sure and climbed it quite quickly to that moment. Looks excited to be out here on the mats with us. Getting support from the Swiss crowd. Only athletes and coaches are in the stadium during this week of climbing. COVID restrictions mean we haven't got spectators. The organisers are doing a great job of allowing us to compete. And we're back with more World Championships from Russia, this time in Moscow in a couple of weeks' time. Looking forward to that. Slovenian World Cup first in the middle. The team here will be travelling back and having a day to rest before we head back out again for some Senior World Cup action this time. Coming up to a minute left, the buzzer goes. She's got a zone already. Oh, just making that work. Fingers on the blue dish of the volume, not a lot of purchase, and she pops the right foot there. Got a lead finals after this, and the route setter's currently on the wall testing it in front of me. Looks good. Half obscured by a curtain, so I think you get a little teaser of what's to come, but looks exciting. So do stay with us if you fancy a day of climbing. 15 seconds left. She leaves. She's gone. And now we're about to welcome our next set of athletes out onto the stage. Anna Maria Appel will be next. There she is. And we're joined by two athletes now. As you can see how this format works. So we've got Anya Van Essen on women's 2 and Anna-Maria Appel on women's 1. That is Anya Van Essen didn't manage to get the top on women's 1. And we've seen some athletes really having difficulties with the style of these boulders. Perhaps not managing to climb the first slab, but then sending all the rest of them. So it's a case of not giving up, not getting disappointed. And this move is a big one. Bad holds to start with, wrapped around the corner, and you have to do that big swing to the left, and you cannot see the jug from the opening hold. So you need to have good muscle memory, good knowledge of where the hold is before you launch into it. There is Anna-Maria Appel, 27th earlier in the week in the lead competition. Hasn't done a lot of bouldering comps. Her last one back in Graz in Austria. She's only ever done 2 for the IFSC. Three and a half minutes to go. Anna-Maria having trouble with the opening sequences of this boulder. She's going up with the dynamic 2 hands up. Sticks it this time, bringing that left leg way back to the right in order to stop the momentum, stop the swing, balance herself out. Bobbles off the foot there. You can see those are the screw holes. There are 2 of them. They are poor. Very, very small smears of plastic, really. Ah, now that's interesting. That technique Anya's using, that's what I thought it might be at the beginning, but it's harder to do that big bump. It's all about crossing through with the right hand, throwing your weight over. And she reverts to the more traditional beater. She won't know the beater, of course, although the athletes will have chatted about it a little, especially between friend groups and teammates, but they're on their own out there, just themselves against the boulder, and Anna-Maria Appel getting frustrated here. Something that we have noticed is the difference between perhaps senior comps and this more youth level is that some athletes let their emotions get away with them, which is completely understandable. I know I would be. One of those things you learn as you progress through your comp career, and a lot of these athletes will be in the senior circuit in years to come. And of course, Paris 2024, that Olympic Games. Are we watching? Latches the jug now. It's a good hold. This allows her to reset and rest for a second. Then this huge thuggy slap up to the right. And if you do what she did and not get your hand wrapped right the way around it, you're not going to stay there. You have to go as far as possible to the right. Anna-Maria Appel now in this position she's fallen from a few times. Gets stood up and loses the hands. She's got a minute left. We'll want at least to get the zone. The flick, the swing, and then bringing the right foot back to touch the wall. Stop her swinging out anymore. 20 seconds, powering out a little bit on this boulder. Anna-Maria Appel is running out of time. Making that move look easy now. She's worked it out, but that foot is the thing that's undoing her. Needs to put a little bit more weight through the foot in order to make that work. 5 seconds to go. We'll have a rotation. Coming up to 20 to 12 here in Russia. Almost lunchtime. Emilia Voronezh from Austria. There she is. And Anya Kulla moves on to Boulder number 2. Semi-finals is made up of 20 athletes, and they're looking for 6 women to move to the finals. Getting huge support from the crowd as she crosses through. And there is Emilia. She's competed at World Cup level already in the senior circuit in Austria, in her home World Cup, 42nd in lead. And again, more of a lead specialist, certainly done more comps recently in lead. 13th is her best bouldering score recently. Two athletes on stage. We'll have 4 by the midway point. Well, in a couple of climbers' time. Out to those bad feet now. Got to put the weight through into them. Athletes taking a sec to brush the holds. Back in the day before Corona, this was done by volunteers. Now the athletes do it, and that does take something out of them, actually. I've heard a few people say that the brushing actually is quite tiring, and it is. You know, brushing takes time. It's a little tiring, something the athletes have had to build into their routine, their preparation. 2 minutes on the clock. Looks down at those tiny, tiny screw-ons, deciding to dodge them entirely. Why not? All the way out right, but it's going to make this move difficult. Presses up, dances with the left, but can't see the screw in order to get it in. Uses the knee. Was trying to stand right on the tiptoes of her climbing shoes there. One minute to go. Let's see if she can do this again. Will she go right out with the right? She does. Just gets a toe to steady herself. Oh, it's so hard to spot that hold when you're in that position. Way crossed out. You're right on top of it, and yet it feels a million miles away. Straight arms, 30 seconds to go. So powerful. 25, she's going to have a couple more goes at this, at least one. Emilia comes up. Different beater this time, not stretching quite as far. That doesn't work either, though. All right, tentative start to this semi-finals. No tops yet. We've got 3 athletes on stage now, and we see our first representative from Spain. Now, if you're expecting to see Eva Pua at this moment, she's pulled out due to a back injury, so she won't be competing. So we skip her and move straight on to Izia. Martinez Almendros. There she is. So once more, Eva Pua pulled out through injury. Anja van Essen, first time we see the Youth A on this problem. Quite physical to start with. You need to get stood up underneath. Bicepy move, and you got to bump into the crimp, which she does, and then a huge jump, and a toe catch is the way to do this problem. So as you jump, you've got to bring your toe up underneath on that volume. You can do it the way she was attempting, but it requires so much shoulder strength. By far the better way is to catch the toe. That is Izia there. She was 19th in the lead this week. The best position so far was 16th for bouldering. So more success for her in lead. Using the right toe method here on that tiny little screw on there. Presses upwards, and she'll look to bump the right hand to the sloper. Dances the left through though this time, and now we'll kick back the right. Cool, so she's established. Out with the right. There's the zone hold. Needs a controlled, stable position in order to get the points for that, which that will be, and now sets herself up for the dyno, the jump up to the final hold. 2 minutes 39 on the clock. Up she goes, and a little low once again. Some of the juniors were a little taller, made that look slightly easier, but the athletes might have to work out another method of doing that. Perhaps upgrading the right foot to the top of that volume. There is a screw on in the middle, and the route setters think there are a variety of ways to do that move. So, see if we can watch some new beta on that problem. Three athletes out on stage. Back on his physical boulder from Anja van Essen. Gets turned around easy. She's got this move sorted out. Will she find the toe catch? Up she comes into the bump. Sits down, has a little think. Less than a minute to go. No tops at the moment. Izia back on the slab. Lots of different ways of doing this first move. She'll now get the right foot and slowly rock, transfer her weight onto the toes. Creeping down to get the left foot on, out to the right. Right, she's back towards this jump now. Left foot on the screw on, make sure it's set. Little bump onto the side pull, matches it now. She needs to get set. Will she upgrade her feet? She didn't before. No go on the jump, too far away, 10 seconds. Anna Maria Appel going to the last second. Fair play to her. Callie Close joins us. Did well in the lead comp. One of our taller athletes. She did really well to get into the finals using some exciting knee bar action. She was 7th in the lead and more of a speed climber, 3rd, a bronze for Callie Close. She's on action on the slab. Anya Kola faces in. You can face out. It's not designed like that by the route setters. We did see some of the athletes earlier making that beater work. There is Callie Close, 182 centimetres. And look at that. That stretch says it all. Can stand up easier on that move. She'll struggle on some of the other boulders, and that's the thing about height. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Doesn't make any real difference, but it will make a difference to how they climb the boulder and which boulders suit them. Out she comes. So immediate progress from Callie Close. Plenty of time. Oh, so powerful there. Anya Kola is making progress, usually with the toe, but she made it work without, and now comes into the juggy hold. Takes a breath. That swing backwards. We're going to see our first top here. Matches. Anya Kola gets off the mark. One top, one zone for her. Smile on her face as she leaves the mats with just under 3 minutes to go. A bit more rest for her. Emilia Voronezh. Brushing that hold. It's very bad, that left hold. It looks from that angle almost like a positive crimp. It's not. It's slopey. Hard to hold on to, especially when this many athletes have already been through the sequences. Got to make sure it's well brushed, get all the chalk and dirt away from the texture of the hold to make it easier to hold on to. Matches this time the jug, and it is a jug, this hold. Up with the left. You can see that rubber left from athletes gone before. Needs to go a little bit further on that slap. Looks down at her skin. Those big slappy moves, if you slide off them, it shreds your skin. Callie Close using a toe hook. So she matches the slopers in the dish of that blue hold. There's a circle within the circle there. That's not a hold, it's just an attachment point. Right foot out. Problem with this move is you've got to get your left bumped up onto the screw-ons, and that can be awkward. I think she might try to get the right out first. She does, but it's not good, that. So now she has to pull up using a knee just to get herself in. Scrubbing. Her left foot isn't on anything at the moment, but you feel that once she can get set for the jump, it will be easier, but struggling with the balancy moves on the blue volume. Hips pushing up to the right. Better this time on the side pull. Knee on, left foot, finding the screw on this time. Better, but she's only got 10 seconds. She needs to be quick here. Pops off with the right. No send for Callie Close. Then a Schützweitzer from Austria is in action now. She gets her competition underway. Izia on Boulder 2. This launch to the right, to the left. Anna-Marie Appel. No zones, no tops at the moment. Not finding her rhythm yet. Gets pressed up sideways. We've seen a head jam on this boulder earlier on this morning. She gets stood up well. Will this suit her style? Up to the crimp, lay backing a little bit to the left on it. Oh, and loses the foot as she's set up for the dyno. Anja van Essen is on women's 4. First time we've seen the junior youth A. Sorry, the junior youth? What's that? What category is that? Youth A on this slab. They didn't adjust this slab at all. I was a bit surprised actually because we only saw a couple of tops on it. Anna-Marie Appel now will look for the toe catch. She gets the jump for the first time. Almost got that toe in, but it was a bit above it. She came backwards. It's funny those dynos because you have to go up and you're naturally going to be going back, but at the same time you have to get the legs forward. There's a lot to think about, those coordination moves. Once again, Anna gets the crimp. Now this move, trying the most physical way of doing it, which is the complete cut loose. Oh, that's interesting. Bumping into the side of the volume. Haven't seen that tried before. She get a zone on Boulder 1. Anja van Essen hasn't got the zone yet. It's tempting to start to go left. If you do it too early, not only do you not get the zone, but it's not really possible. You have to stand up into the zone and then go left. Get stood up on that hold where her left is on. Last pop into it didn't work for her. A minute to go for Anna-Marie Appel. Looking a little bit frustrated. Izia looking almost to get a knee bar in there. Every possible way she's attempting. Creative climber. Lena Schrittweiser out to the right. Good progression from her. Almost lost the foot for a second. Looking to get on the lower one. I'm not sure she's going to be able to stick this. Oh, she pops it again. Looks shaky. She checks the time. 18 seconds. It's not a lot. Eight seconds to go. We'll have a rotation. Athletes leave the stage. New ones come on. Louise Flockhart enters for France. Oh, sorry, my bad. Sola Lorondelle enters for France. Ah, my brain melted for a moment there. Her sister did so well the other day in the lead competition. And Team France, you got to say, very strong, especially in this youth category and in the seniors, of course. Paul Jemft, we've seen this week, doing well. Emilia Voronezh starts the dyno pop start. Really, you have to lay back on the left, get both feet up for the starting position. That's the better method for that. And a cola on the slab. That start, we have to pop up, catch with the toe. Can prove tricky. And look at this. Sola Lerandal, easy into the zone for her. Will try to match it and does. Now needs to bring the left foot through in order to make this jump. There's a screw on down right. There it is. She uses it. You can undercling that. You can sort of pinch it. Oh, looked like she was falling off them. Instead, just went for the jump anyway and managed to get a hand on it. Close. Emilia, hand on her knees, breathing deep. And Nicola trying to find an answer. She goes from left to right onto the crimps. Kelly Close takes a sec to brush up as we watch again. This is such a physical boulder. Underneath with the match. Both hands wrapping around that right, trying to find some kind of texture. It gets better the wider stance you get. Into the crimp, and now the big jump and the toe catch, but look at the reach for her to get all the way up. Emilia Voronezh in the final part now gets the toes. I think she would have been better just to keep on going there without trying to get the toe back in. She'd already done the move without. Ah, we see a top. Awesome, Team France. Sola Lerandal will start her competition in the perfect way with a top on Boulder 1. Callie Close now makes it through the first move. Into the crimp, just held that. How she did, I don't know. Now she needs to bump up into the undercling. Really turn your hand all the way around. I think she was aiming for the yellow there. She needed to flip her hand there into a bicep-y move. And yeah. Walks her feet up to the top of the volume, onto the crimps. Will press down with the left palm. Slower you do this move, the better. If you rush it, you come off, and that was a bit rushed. Callie Close again to the top of this boulder. She has this move dialed out to the right, holds it somehow in the air. 24 seconds. She will have one more go. And back again on this final move. Time is up for that rotation. Now Louise Flockhart enters the stage. Sorry, Louise. I prematurely announced you just now. Lovely to see you, though. There he is, Louise Flockhart from Team Great Britain. She was 28th in speed, 31st in lead, 6th in her last bouldering competition though. Anna-Marie Apple is having a frustrating time. She has got a zone, but nothing else at the moment. She'll want to finish off strongly here. Just misses the kick out to the right. Izzy Martinez finds the underclings. Out to the crimp. Huge support from her in the audience, just misses the toe hook. Wonderful to see such support, everyone making the journey, or the walk, to the stadium here to support their fellow athletes. Really creating a great atmosphere in the stadium. You'd think an audience was in here. Louise Flockhart gets the zone, matches it well. And you just need to work out a way of either getting the left foot a little closer in there in order to make a big jump, or to go all the way onto the volume with both feet and get one slightly higher. Huge jump from Louise, gets it. Does a little cheeky pull-up, why not? Down she comes. Slab one done for her, quickly dispatched. She'll exit to go and rest. Izia makes the match with the toe in and quickly into the final hold. Suddenly we see a load of tops. That'll move her. She is currently in 5th. That will bump her up a little. Yep, into 2nd. Remember, we're looking for the top 6. Lena getting a heel locked in. Next crimp is good, but she needs a high left heel. Tries to make room for it. Does, into the crimp, and now this bicep move. Underneath. Couldn't quite stop her weight from going backwards. Very bicep-y, that. A minute 10 on the clock. 2 athletes left out on stage. Both of them standing, looking frustrated. Anna-Maria Apple wipes the sweat from her eyes here. She's got the last 30 seconds of her competition. Can she unleash something special? Lena back on it once again. Gets the crimp now. So, 5 minutes back on the clock as we have another rotation of athletes through. Alexandra Totkova will come out, someone who has competed at the highest level already in terms of senior comps. Fourth in lead earlier this week. And she's been a big presence on the senior circuit, just 16. Of course, a bronze medal for her in Chamonix in the lead, in the senior league comp. Callie Close has come close, but no tops at the moment. Faces into the wall. Presses underneath. Drops the knee way down. And this is where her height could be a disadvantage because of how crushed up that position is. To be able to stand up when you're that tall is awkward. But then the little jump afterwards might be a bit easier. So we'll see as this round develops. But the toe's going to be difficult for the catch, so I don't know. Let's have a look. But she's facing the audience now. Using her back to press upwards. Inch by inch, she makes upward progression. Seventh in lead. Using some good beta in order to get through to the finals from the semi-finals. Brings the right, now she's got to get stood up and facing the wall. Almost loses it, manages to catch it. Presses underneath, currently in 9th. Now, good work from her to get to this stage. This toe catcher could be up, but look at that knee bar she's got in. Have not seen that before. There's a big jump, but she'll need to get the toe under, and I think she can make that, but she's got to fight through that bottom section all over again. You can see with that sigh of breath, that is going to be a task. Amelia smiles wryly at the audience. One of those boulders, isn't it, where you feel like you're on all the way until you're off. Alexandra Totkova goes for the double dynamic approach. Two hands up. Slides for a second, now gets her foot on. No zone at the moment for her with less than a minute to go. She'll want to get into this, more of a lead climber. Has the power though. This time facing outwards to start. Maybe she did that before, we didn't catch the beginning. And then this back method that just looks so painful, doesn't it? Lying backwards. Better sequences this time though. Just adjusts her chalk bag, flicks it around the corner, sits right back on it. Watch for the toes. She needs to bring him in. Does! So close. You can see the redness on her leg from that knee bar from the move before. So, we rotate again. Ariane Franken from Austria, another Austrian athlete. They were all sitting in a circle last night when we left the stadium, getting a pep talk from their coaches. There she is, Ariane Franklin. Ariane, so I should say. She came 6th in the lead. from the Great Britain. From the Great Britain? From Great Britain. Louise Flockhart, one top in fourth. Izia, she's doing well, one top, one zone in third. Makes the toe hook out to the catch. There's a little rim on that blue volume. Good work with 3.5 minutes to go. She gets stood up high. Lena works her feet to the right. She'll need to drop them back down to the left. Another athlete wearing socks, or a sock. That could be actually tape. I've seen a lot of athletes wearing socks this week. New styles, perhaps. Lena makes the jump, doesn't get the toe, or thinks about the toe a little late. She needs to do it in one fluid motion. Make the jump, get the toe. It's all got to happen at the same time. That's what makes that move hard. Izia frustrated with that move. It is annoying, isn't it? You've got to drop down to the right, and so much has got to go on at the same time to stick into the wall on that. Once more into this move. Big underclings, physical bicep-y moves. Bridges her feet. Gets the crimp. Now watch the toe. Has she learned from this movement? Up she goes and then tries to flick the toe. Getting closer and closer. She's got less than 2 minutes. Ariane Franklin has 1.5 minutes to get the slab. That is our current leaderboard. Anya Kolla in first. The Rondelle in second. Top 6. Those are the athletes who will make it through. Ariane now transfers her weight over to the volume. One hand on the zone, 2 hands on the zone. She'll get set up for the jump here. Looking strong at the moment. Oh, so close. Just with the right hand a little low. Runs back to her chalk bag. She's got 55 seconds. Should be enough time for another attempt. Meanwhile, under the volumes once more is Lena. Gets the top, toe locked in. Tries an interesting technique. They're bringing the right hand through. Everyone else going out with the left and holding the swing as it comes back horizontal. 22 seconds to go. Nails it. Ariane Franklin gets her first top of the competition. Great start from her. Clock ticks down. Use of a knee there, won't be enough. Let's watch that again. Made the match, looked steady throughout, didn't it? Really looked in control. Big pop up, right hand, left hand through. A flick back towards the judges, just to confirm things. Federica Papetti from Italy is in action. There she is. Start to ramp things up as we get through this semi-final. Some of these athletes will be waiting a long time back in the isolation area with the same boulders. The route setters and the judges don't want them seeing it, so they've had to be back there for a long time. Solo Le Rondel had a great start to her competition with a top, got a zone on the second one, using this hip method, pressing against these big volumes. Into the crimps now, she'll look for the toe catch. Out she goes, gets the toes. Almost. 3.5 minutes. She's got lots of time and has almost immediately worked out the move. Papetti comes down. Callie close on the final boulder, looking good at the moment. In control, reaches up, the zone just above her head, and will need it. No top so far. There's the zone, right through. Remember, controlled, stable position. And that will be it, so that'll be a zone for her. Now, how will she do this move? Is she going to drop down? Is she going to do the insane jump slap maneuver? She's going for the high right foot now. She might actually have the reach to do this. Fingertips out. She almost does, you know, as well. Oh my goodness, look at this. Outrageous beater. She was trying to toe hook the zone there, then thinks better of it. And I think she'll go more traditional. No, she's not. She's still going to do the same thing. Right, pressing. Awesome. We've seen people attempt this. Haven't had the reach before. Stretches fingertips. One fingertip on. Two fingertips on. Come on, judges. Give that to her. Great technique from Callie Close. Using intelligent climbing to get that top. Watching Alexander Totkova here. This is a replay. So she did top out that boulder and it suits her style, that more physical way. Down she comes. Her competition properly underway now. And Francisca Papetti, she also topped. Wow, we had a feast of tops. Sorry, Federica, what did I say? Francisca. Just making names up now. Le Rondel with the toes locked in. Head and hands, can't make that match stick. That's our top 6. Saula Le Rondel sitting on top. One top and 2 zones at the moment. She's still in action though, so she could cement herself at the top even more if she gets this done. 42 seconds. She seemed disappointed with dropping that last move. Maybe she's learned from it, worked something else out. Comes into the match. Leans backwards. Wants to chalk up, thinks better of it, into the crimp. Gets the toe catch nicely in and can adjust on it. So strong on that move. Now needs to get her foot up in order to make this. Will she hold? Has she got the body tension? She does not. 16 seconds means a no-go for her. She walks slightly dispiritingly off stage towards the right. Lisa Novak from Slovenia. She was 3rd in the lead. Marianne Franklin. Brushes up the jug. Probably the best hold on the entire wall, that one, but the problem is getting to it. Big old jump needed. Louise Flockhart, she's on Boulder 3. Already a top for her. And Lena gets us underway on women's 4. Lots of action. We're about halfway through this Youth A female boulder semi-finals. We had the juniors earlier. And at about 2 p.m. we have the lead finals for the Youth A. We're just talking. We're talking all day today. What a privilege it is. Sit back and relax with me as we watch and learn and appreciate the skills of these athletes. Lisa close on her flash attempt, went quite high on the boulder. Lena Schudweiser trying to get some friction on that first hold. It's so bad. It looks really big and positive from here, doesn't it? But it's horribly slopey. So, back pressing. This method that we saw Callie Close doing. Louise Flockhart, similar from her. Into the underclings. Needs to get stood up now. So a jump and a toe catch. This is the way this boulder should be climbed. Up she goes. Oh, what strength. It's almost, I think she might have stuck there if she hadn't tried to bring the toe back in. Will she adjust her beater on that one? Lisa easily through, really high left foot, some choosing to use the screw on, she doesn't need it. Now this final jump gets herself balanced, 57, she's got that screw on down right. Can't find it. Good stick from Ariane, up she goes, now this big move way to the right, bit low on it that time. Comes through with the right hand. Really needs to come up with the left. You peel off backwards with that. Okay. Rina Daziano joins us from Italy on number 1. That's her teammate Federica Papetti. Alexandra Totkova. A zone and a top for her. Quickly into the underclings, having to fight it. Physical, shouldery moves. Stood up straight away though. Feet in the right position as well for this move. Will she have spotted the toe hook? She's good at these coordination moves. I've seen her do it. Up she goes. Tries to strength her way through it. Getting close now. Sola Lerondelle, will she make this move? Goes for the heel. We've seen that not work in the past. If she doesn't know that, of course, what method will she do? Re-chalks up again. Trying everything. Decides to go down. A speedy lower then. And what's she on there? Now palms down, interesting. That could be the way, that palm. Alexandra Totkova will get stood up once again. She's already got the zone on this boulder. Gets the toe this time, matches easily. Should finish it off from this part. Needs to unlatch the toe though. Comes back down to the crimp in order to do so. Matches back up. That will have taken something out of her. Pops up, holds the swing. Gets a toe up. Alexandra Totkova, 2 out of 3. There is Federica Papetti. And Desario not making progression at the moment. 1.5 minutes to go. So, Sola Lerondelle pulls back on. I'd like to get to that position again. I enjoyed watching that beater that she worked out, that big drop down move in the palm. Let's see if she can do it. 1:16. Here she goes. Gets herself ready. Will she do the drop down method? Will she stick with the heel? Let's see. She's thinking about the heel, isn't she? Oh, that was close. She was looking at the clock as she fell. Another approach. The little pop and the catch. Irina makes a good top of the slab with 30 seconds to go. She's underway well. Papetti gets the jug up with the left, looks for the far right bump. Big fall down though. Let's watch a replay of that. She's got herself set, eyed up the hold, and a big jump and a match to finish things off for her. About halfway through now for the Youth A. And I think that was Lerondelle, got a big cheer in the background with seconds to go. Hopefully. Let's watch a quick replay of, not that replay, wrong replay. We'll get some confirmation in a sec if Lerondelle managed to get that. We missed it off camera. Alessia Maboni joins us on the left. Ariane Franken takes a moment to look. Great Britain's Louise Flockhart has done well quickly to get to this stage. She matches, chalks up. Gets the toe. That's not going to work. Thinks better of it. Comes down into the dishes. And she's going to try the Cali Close method, it looks like. The big stretch. Has she got the reach for it? I don't think she does. It's going to be a long, long, long way for her. Even if she stands right on her tiptoes. Pops off, which might be a blessing. Down towards the sloper. She's trying everything to get this done. Went for the toe again. I think she might go for the pop here. Drops down a little quickly. She's got 3 minutes though. Lisa Novak nails the slap out to the right. Now gets the crimp. Crowd behind her. She'll look to the bicep move. One in. Brings the left foot up and catches for a top. And it was just confirmation Le Rondel did top out that slab. We missed it on camera, but she got it in the last dying seconds of her round and moves right to the top. Alessia Maboni, she came second in the lead. That's the stylish socks we were chatting about. I've never talked more about socks in my life, but it's not something you usually see, especially not ones that big, but she's got a very unique style and I love it. Jumps up. She's also got the skills to back up the styles. Great climber. Louise Flockhart, once again, back on this move. Goes for the heel once more. Goes for the jump and the catch. Maboni back in that jump. Chalks up. Got so close, just couldn't quite make the match. She's got 59 seconds to go. Alessia Maboni from Italy. Trying to go very high up on that volume. Some jumping from lower. It's a better foothold, but obviously you got less high and she pops off the little undercling. She's got 37 seconds. She's going to have to be quick and deciding to brush up. Louise, same position. Will she try this pop and a catch once more? It's like she tries every other method and then has to revert back to it. She does pop and catch. Doesn't catch though. Just a pop. And she's down. Maboni's got 6 seconds. It's not going to be enough time unless she launches now. 3, no. She thought about it for a second, didn't she? Oh, bit of a slip there. Careful, careful. At least she's falling onto mats. Right, this is a replay of Le Rondel. She tried the pop and a catch and made it work. That was fantastic. Delighted to get that done. Great moves from her. Thank you, Russian TV crew, for sorting that out for us. See, even when we miss the action, we try to sort it out for you guys back at home. Zilia Avezou from France. Looks like she wants to cross the hand through. He's ready to bump it to the right. Struggling for friction at the moment, her feet on nothing. Now they're on something. Oh, she can't get that left. She's missed it a few times. She needs to be a bit more precise with that left foot. Federica Papetti, let's see what she can do. Gets that knee that we saw Callie close to. Not many spotting that. Have to stand right up on your tiptoes to get it. Doesn't quite get set up yet. That's our top 6 as it stands. Sole Lerondelle at the top with that last minute send of Boulder 4. Alexandra Totkova is on the slab. Didn't love the first slab. Will she like the second one? Zilia Avezou gets across. One jump to come. She's going to go for the lower foot jump. Eyes it. It's a long way. I think she wants to get the right foot higher, doesn't she? The spring. Up she goes. So close. Federica Papetti gets stood up once more. Can she get the toe catch this time? Works the feet up. Not quite. Less than 2 minutes then. Alexandra Totkova throws the brush down. That kick not working for her. She checks the clock. 1.5 minutes to go. Again, Totkova is back on. Irina can't make that final move. She's got a minute. She'll have a few more attempts on that one. Alexandra Totkova makes the first move look easy. It's the second that's proving difficult. Papetti once again trying to get stood up into the underclink. Does that method. I mean, it works. And she's made it work quite nicely, but possibly the layback is better on that. Right, up she goes. Sorry about that. That was a... oh, still going. I think someone's tooting the horn on the cherry picker. So, Federica Papetti will launch once more with 18 seconds to go. No go for her. Athletes leads the stage en masse there. Erin McNeice will join us for the first time. She's on the left from Great Britain. There she is. 10th in lead, 34th in speed for her. Lots of athletes competing in most of the events. Might as well. Long way to travel. Might as well make the most of this opportunity to get some comp practice in. Alicia Maboni, she brushes up Boulder number 2. She is a dynamic climber. Looking forward to seeing her on that. Lisa Novak. And Ariane Franken. Good foot placement. You're aiming to get high on that bottom volume. That's the best position for that move. Lisa Novak contorting her body underneath. Now gets stood up. Gets the crimper. Okay, a pop and a catch, please, from Lisa. Oh, using a toe on the edge. That's interesting. We haven't seen that before. There is a little line of friction before the dual texture surface. Erin McNeice, another one of the Brits to qualify right up in the top position. This British team has future, I tell you. Right, into the screw-on. Matches. Brings a left through, right up high. That is away. It's hard though. Pushing, and she'll look to jump now. That's our leaderboard on the right. Maboni has just got a zone. I saw her being bumped up the scoreboard. Just a reminder, Eva Pua, if you're expecting her out, she is injured from Slovenia. So not competing in this semi-final. So we've only got 19 athletes. Lisa Novak. Getting huge support from the Slovenian crowd. Sticks it this time, swinging wildly. High toes. Wow, she's exciting to watch. Can't make that look though. We'll get the toe catch in order to make the match. Always going backwards. I think if she had spotted that earlier with the toes, she might have had the energy for it. Erin McNeice is back in action. She rocks over onto the zone. Fine line between being on and off on this boulder. Matches. Erin McNeice will set up for this jump. Gets herself ready, goes, one hand on it. Needs to bring the left hand in a little quicker. Ah, strength from Alicia Maboni. Into the good crimp next, gets it right. Undercling time. In she goes with one, brings the left foot through, she will match. And a top on women's 2 for her. Happy with that, that'll bring her loads of confidence coming into the next physical one. And meanwhile, the cheering continues. Ariane Franken is on the final few moves, 56 seconds to go. Erin McNeice, one more time on a jump. Up she comes, right, left. This time brings the left through quicker. Tops out, well done to her. Sarah Chopper will be out. She won the lead competition from Slovenia. You can't really say new generation of Slovenian climbers, can you? I mean, the current generation is young and absolutely destroying it, but she's even a younger generation of Slovenian climbers. Exciting to see her out. Zilia Avazu is on women's 2 and getting all underneath Irina Dizanio. Matches. Looks for the crimp now. Plenty of time to get this. She'll bring the right hand up and does. One top already and just slides off that toe catch. I think she'd get that second go. And now heading towards the zone hold is Federica Papetti. Tiptoes up, right foot on the crimp, pushes. Not much friction available. She's using every single bit of it. Crosses through. And I'll try to get that left foot up. Does nice and slowly. And there is the zone hold, which she goes with the left, changes, goes with the right this time. And what method will she use for this final sequences? We've seen a few. Is it the pop and catch? Is it the drop down? Is it the high right, Callie Close style fingertips on? Currently sitting in 4th with 1 top, 3 zones to her name. Almost lost it there for a second. She drops down, tries to catch with the right hand, can't quite make it stick. There's more action going on. Getting a top for Irina Dizanio. Sarah Chopper. Still got 2 minutes 25. It feels like there's so much action gone on in this round that we should be over by now, but no, not even halfway, well, over halfway just now. And another top from Zilia Avazu from France. This team, France, on a run of form at the moment. Sarah Chopper. Frog squats on the volume. Out to the right, snatches at it. Federica Papetti has 1 minute and 39 seconds. What is she crimping there with the left? Is she crimping something? Looks like she's crimping something. I don't know what she was crimping there. She's found a ripple in the volume. I'll go and have a look at that later. Might be in a bit of trouble if she did just crimp that screw hole, but we'll see. So, drops down. We think she was crimping a little screw hole, and that will be okay if the screw's in it. Will she do it again? Let's see. There, crimping it again. That's some finger strength, isn't it? Wow, 23 seconds to go. Crosses through. There's the zone. In with the right. Four seconds, 3, 2, 1. She's got a drop and catch. Gets one hand, two hands. Not controlled though. That won't count. Close. So Kylie Cullen is our last athlete out. Kylie Cullen. So we're nearing the end of this competition. Don't worry, we've still got plenty of climbing. At least half an hour to go. And straight after this, well, maybe a brief pause to reset, but we'll be moving on to the lead finals. So from bouldering to lead, this is why these Youth World Championships are so exciting. There's always something happening. Lisa Novak. Kylie Cullen. Alicia Maboni is quick to get to the half moon, catches it. Now one move off for her. Will this be her second top? Out she goes, holds the swing. What strength. So 2 tops out of 3, making her run for the finals. There's Kylie. She was 11th in lead, and she's competed in the World Cup senior circuit as well. Innsbruck, she was 17th for bouldering, and Salt Lake 16th. So she's pretty much a full-time lead climber. Maringin, both Salt Lake cities, so she's done everything in Boulder. And there she is. So her breakout year. And what a breakout year. Top 20s in the last 3 competitions for the senior circuit. Quite sure about that beta. She looks very strong on it, but we'll see. Erin McNeice with the high heel and the zone into the good crimp. There it is. Locks that off and needs to get the right foot up. And now most athletes at this stage will nail this move. Can she? Struggling a bit. Gets the heel. Bumps the right down again. She's going to be really stretched out. I'm not sure about that with the left. How she'd bring it through. No, it's got to be the right under there. You can get stood up, your body weight centered underneath you to make that move. Kylie Cullen back on. What will she use this time? She's trying to work her way using the undercling. Hasn't got a zone yet. Still no zone for her. She runs back. She's got a smile on her face. She just can't quite get this work locked in. Right, she was here before. Will she go with the right this time? Erin into the crimp. She goes left again. I think that's going to be it with 15 seconds. Yeah, she's packing up. Lisa pushes. Slap on a no-go. Someone's topped out though. Try to get a replay of that in a second. Let's see a replay of that. Ah, it was Kylie. She must have done that in the last couple of seconds. She didn't look like she was going to on this. This is the moment for her though. Oh, we don't watch that. We'll try to get that replayed again. she did make a top of that boulder in the last couple of seconds. Sarah Chopper is underway. Quickly underway, easily into the first move, slaps right, adjusts. Wow, this is strong from her. Toe hooks, really wants to turn that into a heel. Ooh, different beater here. She needs to get that heel up, makes room for it now, and then gets it in. This is her flash attempt. Into the crimp, right foot. Into the undercling. Is this going to be a flash? Gets the left foot, drops in, catches it. Fantastic from her. So nothing on the first one. And we also see another top. Zilia Abazou will make it work. Go Team France. Irina in fourth at the moment. Irina Daziano looks at the boulder, 3 minutes on the clock. Bumps, kicks, Irina. Comes low at the moment, she'll need to come up towards the zone. Two and a half minutes on the clock. Such a hard rock over this. There's very little rubber on that little crimp. Down she comes, holding her finger. That's painful, isn't it? They're so small, those side pulls. That's the wide of a wall. So it's Irina, the only athlete left on stage at the moment. Well, for this round. Looks down with a minute and a half, minute 53 to go. Chalks up, gets ready, saving a little bit of energy here. Tries to work out the beater. It's so complicated, isn't it? That little line of crimps you can see running up the right-hand side, actually all underneath each other. Vertical. So into the final stages of this slab now. This is the move the athletes are having to piece together bit by bit, piece by piece. Takes the full 18 seconds, not going to be enough time to get that done. Solène will make, sorry, Sola will make, Sola Lerondelle will be confirmed. I think this is the top we missed earlier. Yep. So that was Zilia Avazou. Looking very chilled as she matches. Kylie Cullen on the left. Takes off her mask, gets ready to compete, runs over. That's a big physical move, this. Kylie, one to watch out for in the future. Qualified in this in first position. socks on. Look at that, yellow and red. Alicia Maboni. Almost a flash there for her, Kylie. Just check something with the judges. Oh, big swing and a catch. Toho kind of for Erin. One move off now. She's already got one top. She'll get a second if she can match, which she does. Two tops, one zone for her. Nearing the end of this Junior A female Boulder semi-final. Just coming up to 1:05. The lead final scheduled for 2 p.m. Russian time. Alicia now, Maboni. In third, Alessia comes down, looks for the drop method. Alessia gets the foot, bumps, thinks better of it, looks to crimp the top of the boulder. Dropping down slowly here, inch at a time. Not happy with this beater, is she? She's trying to find something in order to drop down. Alessia gets low, still crimping the very top of that volume. Ah, millimeters keeping her on. Looks to bring the left through. She's already in third. Less than 2 minutes. She won't want to fall at this stage, not after all this work. Twisting that left. Chalks up once more. I think she's going to have to pop out here. Oh, well worked through. Left pinch in. Brings the right. Great effort from her. Alessia comes off with 3 tops and 1 zone in her competition. Never got a minute 18. Let's have a look at a leaderboard while we wait. Sola Lechondel in first position with 2 tops and 2 zones. Arena in second. Alessia third. 2 Italians in the top 3. So, reset that. Alessia first now. So Alessia leading the way at the moment. 3 tops, 1 zone for her. Sola Lechondel in second. Arena Daziano in... Daziano, I'll say it right the third time, in third. That's our top 6 at the moment. And we watch Kylie. Oh, look, she's the only one to use that little yellow screw on. I think that counted, I'm not sure. Looked like control to me. And that was that lovely finish to that sequence. Worked so hard to get that. Would have been a shame to see her lose it at that point. All right, let's have a rotation. Sarah Chopper. Faces the Pac-Man-like feature. It does look like Pac-Man, doesn't it? I've only just noticed that. Thank goodness I only just noticed that, because I would have been making jokes throughout this competition. I've spared you. 4.5 minutes on the clock. She pushes upwards. Wow, that's unique. Now spins completely back towards the audience for a second. Sarah Chopper using her hand to place the foot up. As she stands, she'll have to spin again and back to face the wall. Matches. And now the jump and the toe catch. Up she goes, gets the toe locked in. This is really skillful climbing from her. On the flash attempt, swings backwards. Toe up, she'll match. Great flash from Sarah. Zelia Avazu gets the zone. Drops down. This is the move. It's quite complex. Just loses it and spins backwards. Annoyed with herself a little bit. She unlocked that quickly though. So with 2 minutes 50 or just under on the clock, Zelia has the stage to herself. She's currently in 5th position. Adjust the towel on the mats, and let's see if she can get it the second go. She came very, very close. Out she goes, the big jump, sticking it easily. Now into the vertical side pull crimps. Uses a foothold as an intermediate crimp. Right toe up, left onto the half moon. Up to the zone easily. She's cruising through this section. Lovely climbing from Zelia. And then pressing her toe, she inches downwards. Comes back up again, resets, down again, millimeters away, gets it now. Left hand through, right hand cross, should be established now. Hesitates for a second, catches it with the sole of her foot. And the match from Zelia. With 1:20 to go. Quick flashes mean that we get a little time to pause between these rounds. Let's watch a replay of that moment. Or we'd like to see a replay anyway. So that was Alessia's top. Let's take a moment to appreciate the talent that we're watching here on the stage. Quick tops as we near the end of this competition. And this moment, she really worked this out the first time, got it the second time. So 24 seconds to go. Let's look at the leaderboard. We just saw her climb. She jumped to the top. Zelia Avazu in first place with 3 tops. But sitting down in the danger zone is Alexandra Totkova. Could be in some trouble here. 2 tops and a zone might not be enough for the finals. Kylie Cullen comes out onto stage. There she is. Kylie Cullen currently has 2 tops. She's halfway through her semi-final. Going from strength to strength at the moment. Erin McNeice, is she feeling slabby? She certainly was on slab number 1. Made that quickly. Only a zone on Boulder 2. Boulder 3 got very quickly. And Kylie Cullen is quickly up into the volumes. Twists and sits on the heel. She's great to watch. I wish I could climb like Kylie Cullen. One day when I grow up, I will. Big bump out. Almost gets the toes. Erin quickly towards the zone, but misses the side pull there. Floaty fingers not quite latching on. Clock kicks down towards the 3-minute mark. 2 minutes gone. Kylie trying this jump and press, which is a bit more physical. It has worked for some. Just means that you've got some awkward moves now because you're pressed way backwards, but she locks it off nicely, sits on the heel again. Drops out. Currently in 7th, but those 2 tops and a zone. Erin, meanwhile, makes it work this time. Elevator door style on those 2 holds. There's the zone. Oh, looked like she was peeling off that, didn't it? She really wants a right hand on that zone, though. That's the problem with that elevator door style. Yeah, she needs to bring it through now, and you're off balance when you do this move like this. And she was. I think she'll be looking next time to get the right hand in first. Kylie back in at it again. Same technique. Sit on the heel. Comes around. She's got 1 minute 44. Okay, up to the zone now. Jumps, just misses the toe catch. It doesn't really matter. It just took the speed out of it. And now final move from Kylie. Awesome, 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 awesome. 3 out of 3. Already in 3rd place with a Boulder to go. Impressive stuff. Erin, back to where she was before, trying the elevator door thing. When I say elevator door, by the way, what I mean is, imagine you were trying to open an elevator or a lift door if it was shut and you needed to get out. You're sort of pressing out with the shoulders. That's what I mean by that. Both me and my colleague there in the commentary box, we're both doing the move at the same time there. We're both opening some elevator doors up here in the commentary box. Why not? Oh, I've got the giggles. This is a problem. Right, Erin moves up with the right. Stands up now. That's the move we're talking about. Foot out left, pressing into the blue volume. Right pinch. Bumps with the left, brings the right through, drops down. And now how will she deal with this last section? The pop and catch not working for her. 6 seconds to go. Erin won't get it this time. Sarah Chopper, second to last athlete competing here this afternoon. Takes time to study this. She's climbed well so far. Those 2 tops in the middle, struggle a bit on the slab of 1. It's a bit awkward, that first move. So that's our top 6. Sarah Chopper will need a top here in order to get into the final, so the pressure is on with 4 minutes on the clock. She's currently in 8th. Can she work it out? 4 minutes to make a final. Good start though from her. Now she'll want to start going towards the right. Into the side pull nicely. Feet tiptoeing up. Right toes pressing into that little tiny foothold. Brings the left in and now creep that left foot up towards the dish. Gently, gently, right hand through nicely. Down she goes. Now, what method will she use? She's currently in 7th. It's not going to be enough for the zone. She'll need the top. Tense stuff with 3 minutes to go. She's going to creep her feet downwards. Oh, this is the most intense, slow-moving boulder I've ever seen, I think. It's like watching a 100-meter dash in slow motion, isn't it? Any slight hesitation will spit her off and she'll have to go all over again. Down she goes, left foot finds some purchase. She's one move away from the finals at the moment. Left hand on, matches, and it is finals for Sarah Chopper. Awesome effort under pressure from her. We'll see her climb again. So we wait for the timer to clock down, and Kylie will join us soon on stage for the slab. Just sticking with our wide here. Let's see a replay of this moment. This was earlier on in the competition. Zelia Abazou, the match, and Kylie Cullen, she'll be out next. Loving watching her. Exciting climbing, interesting beater. And that was the moment that Sarah Chopper booked her place into the final. Down she comes. Relief for her. There it is, Sarah Chopper in 3rd now. So, Zelia Abazou, Alessia Maboni, Sarah Chopper, Kylie Cullen, Erin McNeese and Sola Le Rondel, and that will be our top 6. It won't change now because Kylie is already in. So even if she, well, to be honest, she could just come out and have a chill. But she will want to get qualifying into the final in 1st position. So we get to see a lap of honour from her. She's earned her moment. 40 seconds off seeing her, and that's the rest of our athletes. Good performances, but hard for some of them. Eva Pua has got no tops because she did not compete. She was injured, pulled out at the last minute. So we wish her a speedy recovery. Right, so we're about to enter the last 5 minutes of our competition. At 2 p.m. we're scheduled to start the lead finals. Right, 5 minutes on the clock. Kylie comes out to rapturous applause. I'm going to join her. Well, I'm not going to join her, I'm going to join in the applause. Can you imagine if I went out on the mats? That wouldn't be very clever, would it? Kylie brushes up. She will take her time, use this as an opportunity to get some more comp experience. Remember, she hasn't competed for a long time. Her first comp back. Let's see what she can do on this slab. quick work of Boulder 1 once she worked out the sequence. Lost the left for a second there, but found it again. Matches, pops out. All right, piecing it together, move at a time at the moment. Kylie pulls back on. Gets the toe catch first time this time. And then this little dynamic move out, catches the rim. High right side pulls. And gets stood up and established well now into the zone. That will bump her score up even more. Out to the left. What method will Kylie use? Currently third. I think she's going to drop down. That's what I predict. Yeah, there she goes, creeping down. Gets it really quite easily. A move and a match to go, and it'll be 4 out of 4 for her. Oh, the pop and catch makes it work beautifully. Well done. She will qualify in first position for the finals. Job done for her. So we'll check our top 6 as it stands. There'll be an appeal period. But as we know it, this will be our top 6. Let's watch a replay of Kylie first of all. The pop and catch, pop, catch with the right. Bring the match in. Great climbing from her. So our top 6, Kylie Cullen cruising her way through with 4 tops. Zelia Avazou from France, she's in second. Alessia Maboni, Sarah Choppa, Erin McNeese, and Sola Lerondelle will finish things up, are our top 6. So that is the 6 we have at the moment. We will be back at 2 p.m. Voronezh time for our lead final for the Youth A. Just slightly delayed from the schedule to make sure that this live stream finished on time. So go and have a little break. This live stream will finish. There'll be a new one starting up. I'll be back with all the action from Voronezh, and I'll see you guys soon. competition here in... Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our competition here in Voronezh, Russia. It's time for the Youth A Male Lead Final. Over 417 athletes from 38 countries, over 4 continents have travelled here this week. And the aim of the game for all of those competing is to make it to this stage in their various disciplines, the finals. My name is Matt Groom, and I'll be bringing you all the action from tonight. Well, this afternoon, I should say. We've already had a packed morning with 2 semi-final rounds, and that is our top 6 finalists in the Youth A category. Mejdi Shalk, he qualified in first place. 8 athletes making it through at the moment. And Mejdi Shalk leading the way. It's going to be exciting. And that is the wall that you can see just through the leaderboard behind us. Black and blue volumes all the way. A stunning, spectacular feast for the eyes. The route setters working hard all week to create some masterpieces for us. It starts down low through the roof, pulling out onto the more vertical section, the second part of the route, launching into the overhanging part where the 2 big volumes are. In fact, let's follow it up. There's the roof. That's the section that's fairly vertical, big slopey holds. Comes into the overhang there. There's a jump just coming through your screen now. And then that's the 2 half moon shapes. Traverse to the right, a big slap around the corner before going back left on more slopers. And then finally the head wall. Huge section of head wall leading up towards the very top, and a slopey boulder problem to finish things off for us. There is a rope set and prepped to show the athletes which route they're going to be looking at. They haven't studied yet. They get a couple of minutes to come out, read the beta, chat amongst themselves, do their air climbing. And then they'll get a chance. Temperature, 28 degrees as we come up to 2 p.m. Russian time, 32 degrees humidity, so it's freshened up a little bit. It was 52% earlier on, but we're inside in a stadium, so no real difference, but it has heated up here as well. A crowd gathering in front of the commentary box, getting ready for some lead climbing action. We saw the semi-finals earlier today for the women. They'll be competing tomorrow. But for now, these men qualified the other day, and it's their turn in the spotlight. Who will walk away with gold? Who will be heartbroken? Who will be disappointed? We'll find out in a couple of minutes as we wait for the athletes to enter the stage. The judges are already pacing around down the bottom. They're feeling nervous. The route setters, well, this is their baby, their masterpieces. They'll be watching through their hands as the athletes attempt to climb up it. Only 38 holds on this route, so quite a short, bouldery finals route. Perhaps similar to yesterday's or last night's action. Route setters are expecting some early falls, so don't look away for 1 second. You might miss a bit of the action. If the last night is anything to go by, then, well, we saw some early falls. Vladislav Shunevich comes out onto the stage, first one to be announced. The only Russian athlete in this final. Ilya Manikin, he joins him from the Ukraine. From Belgium, Hannes van Dyssen. Timotei Romshak. From Great Britain, Toby Roberts comes out with his binoculars. Haruki Uemura and his teammate Junta Sekiguchi will join him on stage. And finally, from Team France, Mejdi Shalk, experienced competitor. Certainly one of the favourites to get a podium and really to walk away with a medal as we pan down this list of Youth A finals. 16 and 17 years old. They turn, face the wall, and immediately walk towards the opening holds. They're allowed to touch them. There's a bit of a boulder problem to start this. There's a crimp on the left that Toby's holding there. You press with the right and then bump up underneath the root into the undercling to get going. Shouldn't prove too difficult for these athletes, but a bouldery start just to get them excited, get the heart racing. Big thank you to everyone organising this event and everyone from the IFSC who's working hard behind the scenes in order to bring you these live streams. And of course to the athletes, coaches, parents who have made the trip over to Russia. Couldn't do it without you guys. Observation time. The athletes get 6 minutes to check this route out, and a spotlight at the moment hovering at the top as we watch the climbers, sometimes working in pairs, sometimes alone, binoculars out, piecing together the intricacies of what might be ahead. Japanese athletes looking together, working together to observe what's going on. I'm going to start doing this, you know. Next time I turn up at a climbing wall, I'm going to bring a pair of binoculars. I'm going to scope out my 7As. But it is needed. Some of these holds very small and, of course, technically difficult to read. Not a lot of rests in this route either, so trying to find those moments will be important for the athletes. Where can they pause, shake out and chalk up? There is Vladislav Shunovic from Russia. He'll be first out onto the stage in order to compete. Toby Roberts down left. His dad is pacing around the auditorium, currently nervously watching on. Mejdi Shalk. He's had a packed week of competing. So, can't wait to get going here. We're a few minutes off. The athletes will then exit the stage, go to the isolation area that's kept round the corner. And they'll go through their hidden warm-up routines. That's Hannes van Dyssen and Mejdi Shalk working together through the beginning, just talking through the beat to see if they've read it correctly together. It's one of my favourite parts about this sport is the fact that even though these guys are competing against each other, they will share beta, they'll piece it together. And without that teamwork, often some of these difficult routes wouldn't be possible. Our camera pans round. And that is a route, that's what they have to look at. An initial boulder problem and a slabby section. Big slopers, not many crimps on this route, some in the central part. And that two half moon shaped volumes in the middle, the two blue ones. A couple of crimps around there, but a lot of big slopey, slappy moves. And the route itself disappearing off the top of your screen into the rafters of our stadium. This live stream's a bit of a mammoth one, isn't it? I actually thought that they were going to pause and restart a new one, but no, it's all one great big colossal live stream. And I know people will be signing in and out to watch their favourite athletes, so if you haven't been watching me from the beginning, I mean, first of all, if you have, congratulations. What a great way to spend a Saturday, watching some high-class quality climbing action. But if you finish this live stream and feel like you need more, do go back and watch the semi-finals from earlier on. Some great boulders from the women. Two categories in action. Men just finishing off this observation period. Standing back now in order to get a good view of the end of this wall, and you do have to stand back. It overhangs, heading off into the distance above you. Last minute, last chance. Couple of seconds off now before the athletes will be herded out by the judges. Always my favourite part of a competition. That's not true, obviously, but what a moment that makes me smile. 20 seconds, there's the clock ticking down. Ten seconds to go, last 10 seconds to get a final look at this route. Some will go back stage, talk it through, others will sit there in silence, contemplating their moment, the nerves building. They'll have warmed up. Right, off they go, no one moves. And the judges start. Oh, they're being good this time, look at that. Off without any faff at all. They know the drill by now. Experienced athletes here competing tonight. So Vladislav Shunovic will be out first from Russia. And we finished with Mejdi Shalk. 8 athletes, 3 podium places, 1 gold medal. Who will be victorious here this afternoon? Route set, the belayers untie the ropes down at the bottom, pull it through, ready to get going. It's quite a ritual to this. And the athletes learn it as they progress. And this is the whole point of a youth competition, is to learn now before stepping into the senior scene. And of course, some of the athletes are already in that senior world. Mejdi Shalk, for example, one of those. But the transition is difficult. It's tough. And competitions like this Youth World Championships, allow them more chance to gain the vital experience necessary to compete at the highest level in IFSC climbing. Right, here we go. The curtain. I always look for the curtain. You can see it down at the bottom left of that leaderboard. That will start twitching in a second. The athlete, Mr. Vladislav, will be behind there getting ready. He'll have tied on already. His belayer will be behind him. And he'll walk out. Sometimes air climbing, reminding themselves of the route. Trying to get the sequences dialed down in their heads. We have more finals to come after this. It's a mammoth day for us. Male B bouldering, female B bouldering finals. Still to come. So 3 finals this afternoon. And this is where all the hard work starts to pay off. Who's put in the extra hours? Who's spent time on the fingerboard? This is where all the hard work pays off. Vladislav Shunovic will come soon. He's 185 centimeters tall. And he'll be back there waiting to face this crowd. He'd love to win in front of his home crowd. His home country. So we wait with bated breath for our first athlete out. Hope you're ready watching back at home. The curtain's twitching. Wait for it. And there is Vladislav Šinović coming out onto the stage. He's 17. No medals at the moment for him. He did come 20th in the bouldering competition earlier on, and that's good because that is a bouldery move as he comes up to the roof quickly. Underclings and a quick clip. And then straight out with the right hand. Bit of a go-y move in a minute. Bumping out left onto that black sloper you can see. Pops out. Easy at the moment, nice and straightforward. A couple of clips down low before slopey section of the route. He was third through the qualifying round, qualified last for this final, and there you can see on our graphic that's the wall. The aim is to get to the top. 38 holds available, and you can see his score creeping up every time he gets a hold. Out to the slopers. No problem so far for Vladislav as he underclings. Oh, a hesitation, drops back down, just managing to save it. Now reaches up to the pinches, high right heel and across through to a small crimp. And there's a little pop to the left here, a little jump. See if he can work it out sideways. It's not far, but he does have to go for it, doesn't he? And now, this is probably the best place in order to rest for this route. Heels above his head, upside down, looking at the crowd. Stretches his hands backwards. And there he is in this double position. Toe just cammed in on the top. And he'll take a moment to rest here. There's the clock down on the bottom right. That is his time limit on the route. So under 4 minutes now. And he's about a third of the way through. Quite a short route for the men. Now, end of his rest. Hangs upside down, still resting at that heel toe cam in. Super high heels here, 3 minutes 20. Really milking this. He's going to have to go when he gets going. Now, into the undercling, and it's a bit awkward to unlock himself from that. Bumps out to the right. Up to the pinch now, and a high heel. Crosses through. Now this section we could lose some athletes. It's a bit tricky. You have to traverse all the way to the right. And you can see the screw-ons on the volume. Quite bad feet as well. And there's a hold around the corner to the right. You can just see it. And it's a big move to get out there. He rests. And doesn't use it. That's interesting. Straight up. There is a hold on the right there. Deciding it's not needed. Maybe breaking some beta there. And he's high on the route already, nearing the head wall. But this is where things really start to get physical. Coming into the undercling, snatches, drops it. So we have our first high point of this final. He stares up at the wall. Let's watch the moment he came down. Shaking out. Crosses through. Looks to get the thumb under. Doesn't quite work for him. Then decided to move the feet. And then, yeah, that was an interesting move made by him. I think he was trying to do too many things all at the same time there. But he will take a moment to rest. Stop. His finals are done. Next up, Ilya Manikin from the Ukraine. The rope gets pulled.
Yeah, interesting. Look at the top right-hand side of that route. There is a little hole around the corner, and I watched a route setter slapping up for that. That was the intended beater, but Vladislav didn't need it. Ilya 17, 183 centimetres tall. And he was 21st in the bouldering comp. Same height as Vladislav, so interesting to see if they climb it in a similar style, a similar way. So he pulls on to this bouldery start. So same height, same bouldering rank, so very, very similar in terms of his on-paper style to Vladislav. Out he goes to the first sloper, feet up. Uses a heel underneath to get himself steady into the pinches. And there is Vladislav's high point, 27 scored out of a possible 38 holds. All the way through on these little crimps. Looking a little unsteady at the moment. We'll need to get settled in. And there we go. It seems a little bit better as he comes up to the slopers. And there are lots of slopers on this route. Gets a heel and rock up underneath. Good progression so far. Makes this clip really far down low. A little bit awkward for him. And he'll need to make a double clip here. Gets the rope rested over his knee in order to do so. Oh, and drops it. Comes back down. A little hesitation moment from him. Out to the side pull and then a big move up into the blue volumes. And this is this jump that I thought actually wasn't that far, but it's a real swing. The athlete's getting sideways as they go, and he's doing it without the clip being in. Quite straightforward, isn't it? And now he's going to have to reach over to the right to get that. It's going to be right on the edge of his stretch. There it is, and now he gets an opportunity to rest. And as we know from Vladislav's beater, there is a heel toe that you could get by pressing your heel into that black volume, resting the toe. The camera zooms in to show that. He hasn't got there yet. Looks like he's going through the end of his climbing shoe there, doesn't it? Send that man some shoes. There is the heel toe, almost, if he just could press it in. He's choosing, it's quite an awkward rest this, and you can see he's wanting to make it better. There is the heel toe cam. You've got to do a huge move up. Goes with the right. Vladislav went left, up with the left this time. Undercling, he's looking almost to get a knee scrub in on that little blue volume, on the big blue volume. High heels with the cross street. Ilya shaking up there on the wall. You can tell how hard he's working. Crosses through, brings the thumb into action, and we do lose him on that cross route. The route setter said we might. Ilya goes down halfway through his route. A little disappointed perhaps. So, second place at the moment. He had plenty of time. That was the jump. And this was the moment that got him. The cross through. Couldn't stick the barn door. Getting tired. So, Hannes van Dyssen comes out onto the stage. Now, he won the bouldering competition. He'll be aiming for double gold. We saw Hamish MacArthur get the double gold, the double, the DG. Can Hannes do the same? He's 16. This Belgian team strong. We saw Thies doing well. So, looks up. A little air climbing to remind himself of this crux, not the crux, the first part of the route. Presses up to get underway. Someone should give that belayer a beer at some point. He's been in action for days now. His belaying technique will be masterful by the end of it. So, Van Duysen standing up quickly through the first part, looking a little bit more settled than Ilya did. It's a short route, might suit his bouldering style. Up to the slopers. Quickly and smoothly underway at the moment. This is this slightly awkward clip that Ilya made. He drops into it there, having to work quite hard, and he's gone way past that quick draw. He's going to have to drop down, and he does. I think he might even make a double clip from this position. Let's see, pressing underneath, it is awkward. That does make the double clip. And he's going to get himself set up for this jump that comes up. Left hand, pinching underneath. Here comes the jump. Jan Vert is positioned on the left-hand side, the IFSC photographer waiting for this swing. Gets himself ready, eyes it up, toe hook to steady himself. Oh, and almost caught the rope on the way through that. And he'll rest in a bat hang style position. Toes pressing against hands, shaking out. And it is slightly awkward to get out of this rest, or just to move on from this hold full stop. It's a long way to the next slopey hold. Up he goes now. Makes it look pretty simple. And this is coming up to the move they did for Ilya, this cut loose, this barn door style move coming up. He's going to cross the left hand through, which he does, but he is stretched out on this, and he's deciding to make the clip early on. Out he goes. Can he hold the swing? Oh, just can he hold the swing, and he can't. Well, I don't know what he said. I have a feeling it wasn't particularly polite. He almost had that for a second. I'm sure we'll see a replay in a minute. He held the swing. And he's so frustrated, isn't he? That's the kind of passion. I like to see it. You have to have that in order to compete at this kind of a level. Judge is just saying, calm down. He's cross with himself. We'll see a replay of that in a second. He was climbing well up to that moment. So this was the swing. He had the right foot on well, held the swing, and then look, the right hand skipping, tried to get the foot back on, couldn't make it work. That's what it means to these athletes when you work as hard as they do. Same position as Ilya, same move. So we've seen two fall in the same place. Timotej Rumšák will come out 14th in the bouldering for him. Came through the qualifying round in 9th. He's underway. Matches underneath with the underclings. His progress measured on the left. The clock on the right-hand side. That's how much time he has left. He must finish the route before that timer runs out. He'll be timed out. Just missing the side pull for a second. into the slopers. The limit of his reach on that one, but very precise with his feet. Makes the double clip on the undercling. It does kind of take it out of you, those kind of rests. They look good. It looks like he's just standing there. He's not. He's having to use a lot of core strength, full body muscles to keep him there. Almost falters as he comes up with the left underneath the volume. And a heel. He's going to make the clip down low. The jump catches it nicely. Right, now the proper opportunity to rest. Hasn't seen the heel toe cam. I'm not sure how useful the heel toe cam is. We'll see. Almost uses a different one. The right foot pressing his instep into it. One of those rests where you don't want to leave it, but the longer you stay there, there's a fine line between recovery. There's the heel toe cam. There's a fine line between recovering and having to work hard to stay there. He'll try to time it to perfection, only go when he's ready. Fourth athlete out of 8. That cut loose move, quite a big move. It does take it out of you, that dyno. Up with the left nicely, undercling. He'll look for the knee scrub. Oh, bumps with both hands. For a moment he only had 2 points of contact with his feet. Now this is the move where we've seen 2 athletes fall on. Will he hold the swing? He more static, doesn't really cut loose on that. That's the improvement. Now out towards the crimps, pressing down, crossing through with the left. Now that's the hold outright, just on the edge of the spotlight. He could go through. Vladislav didn't, and I don't think he's going to either. No, he doesn't. Straight up. Out into the crimps. 2 fingers, the only thing keeping him on the wall at the moment. Second position, though, for him. And that's, again, the slap move. You have to do so much. I think maybe being a bit slower, rotating through that move instead of slapping for it like that could be the answer. So, Vladislav Shunovic was out first, and he's in the lead. Oh, no, sorry. Score got changed there. So, Romshak's 27 plus. He's in the lead because of countback to the semi-finals. So, same position, but due to countback, he will jump him into first position. Yeah, look at that. Different body position to get into it. So we wait while Toby Roberts gets himself ready. So Toby Roberts enters the stage. He was 15th in the bouldering round. He was the youngest Brit to climb 8B back in the day. And 8A, I think, as well. He did the double. 177 centimetres tall. And 16, so plenty of time left in his youth career. Toby gets us underway. Pressing straight away. A little boulder problem start. Not difficult, but enough just to make you hesitate, feel a bit stressed. Toby getting good support from the GB crowd. This is entirely irrelevant to climbing, but all the GB guys seem to do in the hotel is play chess. Testing their cerebral minds as well as their physical bodies. Right, off he goes, 5th at the moment. 5th athlete out. Into the slopers. And this is a stretchy move for him. You can see him just pausing before he does it. Oh, right at the edge of his reach, but nails it. And having to work as he stands up, and he'll get a moment to shake out right now. Toby pressing, a little uncomfortable. But that's what this route is. It is all uncomfortable. Not making the double clip. But he thought about it, didn't he? Toby, a slightly different beater. Problem with that left is he's now got to do a very awkward clip. He's going to get stood up and high on it and have to reach down low. Not too bad. He'll do the double there instead of down low. Okay, jump time. Watch the rope on the way through. Kind of hangs out from the wall a little bit, is a bit awkward. Out he comes, avoiding it nicely. And there's the heel toe. He was 2nd from the qualifying round, had a really good qualification. And 15th in Boulder, so strong showing throughout. Qualifying halfway through this final in 5th place. Left foot shaking above the crowd, chalk bag hanging low. That heel toe has not moved throughout that rest. And now he uses it to press in. Oh, that looks awkward. He's going to have to go with the left. Oh, it jumps up. Doesn't get it. Toby Roberts will have to re-rest. Moment of panic for him, I think, a little bit. Needs to reassess this. It is a big move up with the left hand. Gets the heel toe again. The problem is with that is it doesn't give you as much reach. I think he's going to have to unlock it. That's smart, though. Not going to work. Problem with that heel toe in that position is you don't have the reach you would do normally. That's a better way with the left heel. Now gets the slopers, pushes, pushes, pushes. Toby Roberts having to work really hard. A little shorter than the others, perhaps. Maybe that's why the reach wasn't there. Out to the right. Now this is the move that did for Ilya and Hannes. Static is the way. Cutting loose is a problem. Can he do it slowly? I think Toby could be in a bit of difficulty here. Chalking up a battle for him. He's got to get that right toe on. Now does. Now stands up high. Doesn't stick the cut loose. That peel off move, head in hands for him as well. That move is proving to be the move, isn't it? And Toby will feel a full body pump after that performance. Breathing heavily. See a replay. Not holding on to anything, working his way up, dances that foot into the crimp, but the second he released that heel, just didn't have the energy to hold the swing. So Toby Roberts goes to join his fellow competitors on the bottom left. Haruki Uemura is out next. Cameraman's waiting, we're waiting. 3 athletes remaining in this final. So there is Haruki Uemura, comes out. He qualified in 1st position from the qualifying round. Awesome from him. 3rd place in this, and he came 9th in the bouldering. So a strong boulderer. Hopefully he's hit that balance in his training between endurance and bouldering power. Reading the route, working it out, reminding himself it's been a while since he saw it. "6 minutes on the clock." And Haruki is underway. Easily through the press. Little kick of the left to steady himself. Quickly through the initial section, double clip. And a bump out to the left. Japanese athletes, always with that fluidity. And making very quick, lovely clips. No energy wasted on those. Look how precise they'll be on these slopers. It's an example to us all. There's not slapping around on it like I do. In, locks it, maybe a couple of adjustments. And move on. No point hanging around. Right, makes the low clip. He'll get stood up. Might shake out in this next section. Catches the swing. It's a scary move, that, isn't it? And he decides to go through. He'll go up with the left and the right and then make this clip down low. Oh, makes it from there. Interesting. Okay, so clip done. Easy couple of moves coming up for these guys. The next one isn't though, this jump, avoiding the rope. Out he goes, flying through the air. Holds that nicely. I'm enjoying watching how they rest as much as anything else. He's up with the left foot, not the right like Toby did. Shoes kind of flapping loose there, isn't he? Has he got socks on as well? What is with the socks? No, not a sock. Maybe something. I don't know. Seen a lot of athletes wearing socks this week. I've become sock obsessed. So now he gets the right heel toe cam in, leans backwards, stretching out the arms, keeping his arms straight as much as possible. Quickly moving on, and this is the tricky sequence. It's a big bump up with the left foot and the left hand. He's going to try it like Toby did with the right. Up he goes, nice. Makes that work for him. Watch the right foot now, hit static early on. That's better to release that move. That's the way to do it, because if you have the high heel and then try to release it whilst you're that far like across, the swing is more. So Haruki moving through, resting his way up this route. But the crux is coming. And he uses the hold on the right. First athlete to do so. That was the intended beater by the route setters. Most people have gone straight up to that dish sloper. Out to the crimp, only just got that. Cuts loose for a second, cycles his legs. And now, let's see, crosses through easily. And he'll move into the lead now. Up to the dish. First one to work out that sequence of moves. Looking good at the moment as he enters the head wall. The vertical part of a wall goes from overhanging to straight, but Mao having to fight and does come off that crimp. So, hold by hold, we see progression. Smile on his face. Currently in the lead with 29 plus. His teammate will be joining us in a second. There's some of the route setters watching on. They get front row seats, as they should. Some highlights of Haruki's run. This is the crimp. Yeah, he was kind of going backwards as he went up to that. Hard to know if he snatched at it or just almost dry fired off it. Not precise enough, but good enough for the lead at the moment. Junta Sekiguchi from Japan Now, he had a bad first route in qualifying and then pulled it together for the second route. Qualified in a great position. And he's the shortest of our finalists here tonight. Will that make a difference? Through the boulder problem easily at the beginning. DJ with a banger. Junta into the slopey, precise section. Watch the hands through this. Matches, rests. Calm on the slopers. And this is something to learn if you're new to climbing. Just be still on them. Heel up. I had a friend once who described climbing like waves against a cliff wall. The tide coming in. He'd had a few beers, but he's got a point. And the flow of the Japanese athletes, that's what it's about. This breathe in, out. An athlete who doesn't let things get to him, as showed from that qualifying round. He'll make this early clip and set himself up for the dyno out left. Chalks up, high up. No top so far. Make sure the jump is stuck. 3 minutes 36 on the clock. He'll know there's been no top so far by the audience reaction for sure. And takes this long, long rest. This is really the only rest on the route. The route split into two halves. Quite straightforward up to here, and then the pressure gets ramped up from now onwards. A toe hook. Will he do this the static method? He wants to avoid if he can. Oh, and he hasn't. So he's going to have to beast this out now. Oh, no. See, this is smart. Rethinks it. Gets a heel instead. Will that work better? He's still going to have to unlock the heel. Up he goes. He is shorter, remember, and this could be difficult right at the end of his reach, and he thinks better of it again. He's going to have to really work hard to hold this swing in a second. Here we go. And he doesn't. Just a little misread. We've seen the right way. You have to statically walk across, and he went for the big cut loose. So difficult to hold on to. So, this was the move, you see. He just had that toe in and watch for the moment where he unlocks it. There it is, the body swing. And when you're pumped, if you're fresh and you try that move, I'm sure he'd stick it every time. But coming through all that climbing, first of all, well, becomes a different ball game. Okay, Mejdi Schalk from France will join us. Mejdi Schalk has pressure on him during this competition. It's probably the first comp he's entered where he's the favourite. He's broke through onto the Senior World Cup circuit. And the pressure, well, it might have got to him a bit in the bouldering. He came fourth, which was a disappointment. He had to pull himself together, settle himself down for the lead to get into this stage, but did so well to qualify in first position. He also had a bad route in qualis in the first round, and then the second, well, he set the high point. So he's an athlete who, when he has moments of disappointment, he can pull himself together. Will he be able to do that here this afternoon? He's a bit shorter as well. Remember that cut loose move. Let's hope he figures out the beater on it. So Mejdi Shak, the final athlete, out tonight. Well, this afternoon, who knows what time it is. Mejdi makes the clip on the slopers. Quite a springy style to his climbing. Double clips. I think that's the better method to clip, you know. If I say so myself. Right, so get stood up. Left hand will come underneath the volume, pinching. And a high heel and a cross through. Should be a move that suits him, this springy style, this bouldery style move. Little swing back and forth. Easy for Mejdi. And he'll need to rest here. Different with the toes, outside pressing instead of inside pressing, heel toe. .4:15 on the clock. Bumps up with the left. Oh, almost loses it there, but does it in one nice fluid motion. And this is the tricky move. He's read it like the others have, so it means he's got to stick the cut loose. Locks off his hands. Whoa, that's some intense strength from Mejdi. And he did it quickly, didn't faff around on it. Faff is a legitimate word. Out with the right. No hesitation from him. Crosses through. Now, second crux coming up. Up he goes, swings around. Mejdi Shak is on a different level at the moment. If he can keep it together. Oh, and he can't! Oh, Mejdi comes into fourth position. He was cruising up to that moment. Oh, and he can't quite believe that. He looked fresh. We'll have to see a replay of it. He looked in complete control all the way through that route. That is crushing disappointment for Mejdi. It was wonderful watching him. So, Haruki Umaru will take the win, followed by Mejdi Shak in second. I mean, he can't be that disappointed. It is a silver medal for him, but I think he could have gone further. Let's see that moment. The cut loose. Look at that. Made it look easy. Crosses through, and then what happened? Gets it, left foot out, and pops the left. He just couldn't get enough weight onto it to make it work. Yeah, he had to work, but I mean, he was fresh. And look at that, just a foot slip. Mejdi will take silver medal. I mean, huge congratulations to him. He's had a great competition so far. He would have wanted more, though. So, Haruki Umura in first place with the gold medal. Mejdi Shak second. Timotei Romshak in third with the bronze medal. That's our top three, no tops. Interesting physical route. And we wait for the athletes to be announced on stage. Mejdi Shak, there he is. We just saw him climb. I think he's put his disappointment behind him. Congratulates Timotei. Haruki Uemura comes out the gold medal winner here this afternoon. That's our top three in the Youth A final. They're official podium will come later on this evening. They stand for a second, soaking up the atmosphere and leave the stage. Now, 4:30, our next final starts, Youth B Male Boulder Final. Oh, back to the bouldering, wonderful. That'll take about 4:30 Russian time. Same live stream, remember, so don't go anywhere. Have a little break though, go have some lunch, and we'll see you in a couple of hours.